assistance. With confidence, we make our prayer through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I have received from Her Excellency the President a message dated September 16th, and it reads as follows. Her Excellency the President to the Honorable the Senate. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that she will be absent from the country during the period 16th September to 23rd September 2022 on duty leave. Her Excellency wishes further to inform the Honorable the Senate that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the Office of President for the period of Her Excellency's office. Signed by Her Excellency the President, 16th September 2022.
Announcement by Your Honor.
And the receipt of the minutes of our meeting held on the 16th of September 2022 for confirmation. Senator Dr. Monroe-Knight.
Mr. President, I do now move that the minutes Friday, September 16th be confirmed.
The question is that the minutes omission be confirmed. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. The minutes are so confirmed. In relation to other announcements, excuses, have absence on duty leave overseas. Her Honor Senator Thompson, our Deputy President, Senator Lisa Cummins, Senator Dr. Chelston Brathwaite, Senator Lorenzo Harewood, and also absent Senator Shanika Roberts-Odom. And an indication, an excuse for being late, Senator Gregory Nichols, who is in the Court of Appeal at this time and will be here as soon. I almost said as soon as he's released, as soon as that matter is concluded. Now, if I give the wrong connotation. Those are the announcements that I have at this time.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers.
Senator Dr. Monroe-Knight.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following documents: the annual report and audited financial statements of the Student Revolving Loan Fund for the year ended March 31st, 2021, the Sovereign Counter Guarantee Contract number 5568 CBA between the Government of Barbados and the Inter-American Development Bank Program to support environmental and economic development in Barbados, the Sovereign Counter Guarantee Contract between the Government of Barbados and the Nature Conservancy program to support environmental and economic development in Barbados, the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation BERT Plan 2022, and the Duties, Taxes, and Other Payments Exemptions Multi-Currency Term Facility Agreement Order 2022.
Reports from select committees. Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Senator Dr. Morronite.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. Mr. President, I also ask that Senator
The question is that the standing order so mentioned be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. Standing order is so suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Senator Nurse be appointed chairman of committees.
The question is that in the absence of Her Honor Senator Elizabeth Thompson, the Deputy President of the Senate, that in accordance with Standing Order 3, that Senator, the Honorable Linda Nurse, be appointed Deputy President for the remainder of today's sitting. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. Senator Nurse, please relocate. And thank you for agreeing to serve. And colleagues, before we move into public business, please.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Dr. Morronite.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of the resolution that Parliament take note of and approve the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation BERT Plan 2022. I beg to move the first reading of the Catastrophe Fund Amendment Bill 2022.
The question is, and those that is read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. Colleagues, since we last met, we heard the sad news of the passing of the mother of our dear colleague, the acting Deputy President, Senator the Honorable Linda Nurse. I'll ask you to join me in a moment of silence as a mark of respect. They should rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you, colleagues.
Mr. President, honorable senators, I thank you most kindly for your very kind expressions of sympathy and your very strong support, which I've been receiving during this time of bereavement. Thank you very much.
Public business, Mr. President.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 6, sir.
Order number,
In the name of the Honorable Acting Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Catastrophe Fund Amendment Bill 2022.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, we live in a world of extreme uncertainty. I think that over the last 3 to 4 years, all of us can attest to the fact that we have had to reflect on the fragility of our existence. I think that the reality that we live in a world in which catastrophes, disasters can happen and happen more frequently and with a greater intensity has become very much a part of our lived reality. I think we can also reflect on the time when, for us in Barbados, catastrophes and disasters were something that happened few and far between. I remember, growing up and hearing stories of, things that happened in the past. And particularly when I look and talk about catastrophes, Hurricane Jeanette that happened in 1955 was something that was always used as a reference point. But our current reality of everything that has happened to us, again, in the last 3 to 4 years, suggests that we have new reference points to identify, again, that the world is uncertain, that tragedy and catastrophe and disasters, again, are now more closer to us than before. Mr. President, I believe that we all know within the last 3 to 4 years, again, the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that that has had on our lives, and that came out of nowhere, unplanned, unforeseen, but the impact and the multiple layers of impact that that has had on our lives here in Barbados and globally, again, reinforces that message. But even outside of COVID-19, we then had Hurricane Alpha and a freak storm and ashfall. And Mr. President, I'm making the point here in all of this again about that notion of the fragility of our existence currently. And the fact that when we're talking about catastrophes, where before it used to be something of, that we used to hear about something that happened in the past, we all know, can relate to this notion that we live in a world where these things can come quickly at a drop of a hat, and that the impact can be extremely devastating. And so that over time, we have then begin to see that the world is changing and the nature of the impacts that affect us can move extremely quickly. One of the other reference points that I want to note in the discussion is the fact that where before, again, and I point to Hurricane Jeanette, and we used to be scared of hurricanes. Now, just tropical storms, just the threat of floods create a level of trepidation, again, just because of the nature of the intensity and the fact that there's tropical storms and floods here in Barbados and elsewhere can create a level of devastation. That is the reality for us as small island developing states. Mr. President, at this time, I want to stand in solidarity with Venezuela. We know that 2 days ago, Venezuela experienced severe flooding, and we have, in fact, in Venezuela, 36 dead and 56 that remain missing in Venezuela. And that is just as I talk about the lives, but not going into the impact it has on the country in terms of economic recovery, the impact on housing stock. We all know, I believe, and have been following what has happened in Pakistan. I was following what was happening in Pakistan, and I came across a story, and the headline was, "There is no dry land left." There is no dry land left, pointing to the devastation that Pakistan is going through and the impact, again, that it will have on the country. None of this planned, none of this foreseen. That is the nature of catastrophe. So that in the context, Mr. President, of these things that come at us that we don't plan for, that are unforeseen, we have to be able that we position ourselves to be able to respond appropriately and allow the country to build back better. That notion of building back better is tied to a word that we've been hearing quite a bit, that notion of resilience, of building resilience. Resilience of people, resilience of country, resilience in our infrastructure. And what does that resilience mean? Mr. President, that resilience means being able to bounce back, build back quickly from a challenge. But not only being able to just bounce back quickly. That's why I'm saying it's tied to that notion of build back better. But that we bounce back and we seek to mitigate so that we are then able to strengthen infrastructure, processes, etc., so that should the same circumstance happen again, we will not have the same level of impact. It is about building resilience. For small island developing states, however, building resilience is not an easy thing. Building resilience takes time, it takes resources, and very often, small economies do not have the level of capital to immediately adjust and build the level of resilience. So that it is a process that we must undertake in order to ensure that we build resilience throughout all of our systems, processes, and our infrastructure. So that when we talk about building resilience to catastrophe, and the notion of catastrophe as defined in the Catastrophe Fund Act 2020 as a significant event that has a major adverse impact on the economy, a significant event, so that we are facing a significant event, unplanned, unprecedented, and that we must now make adjustments, one, in terms of how we respond, not only immediately, but how we learn from that particular incident to ensure that then we are able to build resilience. But Mr. President, if I talk about the notion that small island developing states have a difficulty in terms of building resilience and responding to catastrophes, that may seem like we are talking about something that is esoteric. So let's come to the individual level. Let's come to the householder. Let's come to the Barbadian. Home ownership in Barbados is, I would call it, Mr. President, sacred. I grew up understanding that you were working towards not only owning a piece of the rock, but putting something on a piece of the rock. We see home ownership as a sign of progress, of a sign of achievement. It is one of those things that for us in the context of our colonial past says to the Barbadians that there is ownership. But as we say that, Mr. President, about how important that is to the Barbadian. Imagine the Barbadian who invests in that dream, in that notion of home ownership, and then through an act of nature or other act or other catastrophe, all of that is wiped away. All of that is wiped away. That is what we're talking about, Mr. President, in the context of a catastrophe that happens and the impact that it has on the individual and the very personal level. But again, I go deeper and I go further because there are some of us as homeowners who have the ability to adjust, to bounce back because we can afford insurance, we can afford to build again immediately and we have those resources. But there's a large section of the population that will not have those resources, that cannot at a drop of a hat pull out X amount of money to do repairs and to be able to rebuild their homes and start again. And it is those persons, those businesses, that as a society and as a government, we are committed to ensuring that we protect in the context of this fund and in the context of, as a government, how we intend to do our social and economic policy. And so that when we look at the catastrophe fund and those that are eligible, we see that it is pitched to particularly homeowners that are earning less than $25,000 annually, and for dwellings up to a value of $150,000. And also as well, seeking to provide in security for businesses with an annual turnover not exceeding $500,000. So that again, we're talking, Mr. President, about ensuring that in the context of a catastrophe, that we are able to protect those that are most vulnerable in this society. That we are able to ensure that businesses, small businesses, we often talk a lot about entrepreneurship and how we will foster and protect entrepreneurship. But it's not only about creating the enabling environment for entrepreneurs, but also protecting them against circumstances that will come up their way that are unplanned. So think about the investment that small entrepreneurs make. Think about the COVID-19 pandemic and how many businesses had to close after they had put that investment in. And then we understand the importance of the fund, but also as well some of the specific amendments that we are making, Mr. President, today to ensure that we can have a fund that is fit for purpose, to deal with the circumstances that we are facing currently. Mr. President, my first experience with a catastrophe, with the impact of a hurricane and how it devastates lives, was not in Barbados, but actually it was in Grenada, Hurricane Ivan. My mother was in Grenada. She's a Grenadian. She'd had a stroke, in fact, and therefore in the context of Hurricane Ivan and the situation of my mom, I tried very, very quickly after the hurricane, 2 days after, had to be God, that I was able to get a flight into Grenada to go down. And I remember at the airport, there wasn't any transport. So I actually walked from the airport in St. George's to Bolio. And if you're Grenadian or you know anything about Grenada, you understand what that walk was like. And so walking that breath and seeing for myself the reality of the devastation, the houses that were flattened, the hospital, the desperation on people's faces as they sat on sidewalks. And we are normally a very sociable people, but the shock as well for persons, and my mom as well, her house was completely destroyed. And she'd been taken in by neighbors who themselves We're living in a crowded space, 2 or 3 families together with the only remaining structure that was standing. So that when we talk about these issues and the impact and the need for us to be able to offer protection, it is very personal. It is about the individual and how we address their immediate concerns in the context of devastation. Mr. President, I mentioned before in passing Tropical Storm Tomas previously as one of the reference points as well, in the context of before we were, with hurricanes, etc. But now even tropical storms and flooding, etc., can cause us some trepidation. And I want to read, Mr. President, from a news report on the 15th of November 2020. It was a press conference with the then Prime Minister, Frondell Stewart, who was talking about the devastation of Tropical Storm Tomas to the housing stock specifically. And I'm quoting, "It is going to take about 37 million to deal with all of this." This is the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Frondell Stewart. "We have about 23 million in the catastrophe fund, but we are going to need a legislative amendment in order to access those monies. We have, however, been able to source 17 million from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and that money can be readily sourced." The article went on to say, quoting again the then Prime Minister, "What this system has revealed is that a lot of the low-income housing stock was in very poor state of repair. So where chattels have lost roofs, for example, it is not going to be a simple fact of replacing a roof because the remaining structure in some cases is so poor that after assessment, it can be easily discovered that you need to put a new structure in place because the old structure cannot sustain a new roof." Mr. President, I read that quote to identify a few things of importance. One, the importance that the catastrophe fund played then and continues to play. But importantly, that even at that time, the then Prime Minister was pointing out that there was a challenge in the face of a need to address the situation of citizens. Up to $37 million in damage to housing stock, that although that there was a catastrophe fund, that it was difficult to access it, and the government would have needed a legislative amendment in order to be able to do so, in order to be able to adequately respond at that time to that particular circumstance. But secondly, it also points to the fact that we need still to continue to build resilience in our housing stock. What the then Prime Minister was saying to us is, listen, we can try to repair, but when we go to repair, very often we have to rebuild because the structure is so poor. The structures are so poor. So you can start out with one plan and one budget, one way to approach the issue. But then when you actually go to deliver on the ground to people, you find that you are then faced with a situation that is more complex, Mr. President, than you had anticipated. So the amendments, Mr. President, before us in the Catastrophe Fund Bill 2020 is about ensuring that we can have legislation that is nimble, that is flexible, that is responsive, and importantly, as I indicated before, fit for purpose in the context of the situations that we are facing. Importantly, Mr. President, one of the key aspects in the amendment of this bill is that government is seeking to move away from our traditional reactive approach to policy by ensuring that we are more proactive. It is not, Mr. President, about what you do after the event, what we do after the event, but more about what we can do before to shore up, to build resilience, to prevent the extent of the impact that we have seen, so that the amendments before us are intended to reflect the learning that we have had in the context of what we have faced. We could very well rest on our laurels, Mr. President. We could very well be comforted by the existing legislation. It establishes a fund. It provides that people can be able to access it. But it would be irresponsible of us, particularly in this context, particularly when we are faced with the reality of climate change, particularly in the context of a government that has signaled commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, not to, in every way that we can, ensure that we build resilience into our policies and into the way that we are intended to do business. Mr. President, the amendment to Section 4 of the Principal Act introduces the fact that government, as indicated before, is oftentimes the major actor that is called upon to mobilize resources and act in a way that enables its citizens, that act in a way that is responsive to the needs of its citizens. It recognizes that the state has to mobilize resources of all of its government agencies in order to be able to respond, Mr. President. And importantly, like I said before, the amendment at Section 4 introduces what was not there before and now speaks to the issue of mitigation. The previous act said the purpose of the fund, the previous 4, the purpose of the fund is to provide financial aid to eligible persons and qualifying businesses in need of such aid as a result of a catastrophe. The catastrophe happened, and then the fund kicks in. Then you can access the fund as a result of a catastrophe. That, Mr. President, is what I'm saying is the reactive approach that we are seeking in the context of this amendment to be able to correct. The policy of the government in building resilience for our housing stock and generally to shore up the vulnerability of the island is embedded in how we do business. We're not approaching this in a piecemeal way. Very recently, Mr. President, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance would have undertaken Operation Seek and Secure, which involved an audit of the housing stock, and particularly looking at wooden structures and one-story dwellings in order to assess the extent to which they may be vulnerable, so that we are having a comprehensive approach to this notion of building resilience. So the inputs from that audit will then help us going forward to address as much as we can, as much as the fiscal space allows, to be able to build some resilience in the housing stock. Additionally, Mr. President, the government has been building out its Roof to Reach project, which is a multi-sectorial, interministerial framework intended to address the key areas of vulnerability across a variety of sectors and also build up projects and programs to begin to systematically address these. Again, we're not approaching this issue in a piecemeal way, but we are building out a systematic program. What the Roof to Reach does for us is that it asks, what are the pieces of legislation, of policies, what are the specific projects that are needed in water, in housing, in areas on the coast to shore up coastal zone management. So it looks multi-sectorally and says, these are the areas of vulnerability and what it is that we need to do in order to rebuild resilience. But we go further than that, Mr. President. The government is working under a World Bank program to build up what we are calling a resilience map. And what that resilience map is intended to do is to be able for us to look and see the key areas of resilience across the island, match those where we have projects and programs and initiatives or lack thereof, to ensure that the government can then have a long-term view to see where it needs to improve in the context of resilience across this island. So we are approaching this notion of building resilience in all areas, across all sectors, Mr. President. I also want to point to the education program for householders to invest in things like hurricane straps, improvements in the building codes, updating of our physical development plan. All of these things, Mr. President, are important in the context of ensuring that as a country and that our citizens can move along the road in order to be comforted in the context of a catastrophe. So that when we talk about mitigating, Mr. President, it is those initiatives that we are talking about to allow individuals and businesses to engage in activities before an event, to help them offset some of the terrible consequences. At previous subparagraph 5 of the first schedule, and I'm reading in part, Mr. President, it says that the committee shall, instead of paying the grant to the person entitled, pay the amount of the grant to the agency if the work was carried out to the satisfaction of the committee. Mr. President, what that essentially meant was that, again, the catastrophe had to happen, the repairs had to happen, the rebuilding had to happen, and then, so that homeowners and businesses would have then been required to have all of their receipts, have the money up front, have the wherewithal up front, in order then to be able to access the facility of the catastrophe fund. The committee had to be satisfied that it was done. So if they had to be satisfied, it means it had to happen before. And Mr. President, if we look at the reality of Barbados, and again, Mr. President, I have identified before the scope of the persons that we are trying to aid in the context of this catastrophe fund, that community often does not have the funds up front to go and buy X amount of materials in order to rebuild and then come back and present. Where are households that have put together as much as they can already to invest in their house? That for many low-income earners, that the idea of by the sweat of thy brow is actually a lived reality, that they have invested as much as they can in the context of building their house, where, Mr. President, will they then be able to find all of the resources then to be able to address the specific circumstance? And so that the amendment being proposed, therefore, removes that notion that the committee has to be satisfied and says, let's look at the objective situation that something has occurred. In order for the committee, again, Mr. President, to be satisfied, and I want to say not only for householders, but again, please think of the small businesses as well that we have. Think about the small businesses, Mr. President, that we have, and let's ask ourselves again, where will they be able to find those resources? I take you back to 2010 again, and what I read in relation to the former Prime Minister, who was essentially saying that monies are needed now and not after the fact. In particular, Mr. President, I want to reflect on the fact that for a catastrophe and for a catastrophe fund, it needs to be able to reflect the most vulnerable. And so we ask ourselves, if we left the legislation as it was, will the legislation be fit for purpose? Will the legislation be fit for purpose? Mr. President, the amendment to the first schedule also provides for the inclusion of the National Housing Corporation in the list of agencies in the circumstance where the house is provided by an agency or the repairs are to be effected by an agency. Let's talk about Hurricane Elsa and the same circumstance that I spoke to before, Mr. President. So we have Hurricane Elsa. We have the devastation of housing stock. We have the most vulnerable in our society. And again, people who do not have the upfront resources, where do they go, Mr. President? Who do they turn to? Very often they turn to the government. They turn to UDC. They turn to RDC. They turn to the National Housing Corporation. And so that the inclusion of the amendment that is made to include the National Housing Corporation, again, reflects the practical reality that the National Housing Corporation is one of the key entities providing housing solutions to repair and to rebuild back houses in the context of a catastrophe similar to what we have in the context of Hurricane Elsa. Mr. President, as we heard in the other place from the Minister of Housing and Lands and Maintenance, the National Housing Corporation is responsible for 75% of the repairs, and this is the objective reality now of Hurricane Elsa, 75% of the repairs, with rural and urban 12% and 13% respectively. And in the case of the rebuild, the NHC is undertaking 44% of the rebuilds, and the RDC and UDC undertaking 26% and 25% respectively. So that this amendment is responding to a circumstance in which you have an institution that people see as being primarily responsible for assisting them in the context of a catastrophe, in the context of Hurricane Elsa, and that we're making provision for the National Housing Corporation as being one of the key players in providing the solution to be included in the context of the legislation. With reference to subparagraph D of the first schedule and the amendment, it provides as well for the full gamut of government agencies that are to play a key role in rebuilding and repairs. So it speaks to the notion of state agencies and statutory bodies as well. And this is important because we don't want now to have legislation, again, that is limited, because as governments change and they develop different mechanisms to deal with different situations, we now then, in the context of this amendment, have broadened it to ensure that it is inclusive for all of the agencies that can be involved. And Mr. President, I take us back again to Hurricane Elsa. And the fact that we had UDC, we had RDC, the National Housing Corporation, but also as well, the Ministry of People's Empowerment had to play an extremely critical role. The Ministry of People's Empowerment was responsible for housing persons. You had the Ministry of Agriculture and its bodies who had to play a role in sourcing food and finding food to be able to feed those families. So that the amendment is therefore seeking to ensure that we encapsulate all of the various arms of government that are going to be critical to addressing this situation as it arises. The insertion, Mr. President, as indicated in the amendment, after paragraph 1, also establishes a cap on those businesses, as I said before, up to 500,000 that can have access to the fund. So that, again, we are ensuring that we are targeting the persons that we want to be able to help, to assist, to secure in the context of the catastrophe fund. And additionally, the amendment also identifies that whereas before in the Principal Act, the key committee arbitrating in this context as being the Economic Catastrophe Committee, it now also includes both the Economic Catastrophe Committee as well as the Physical Catastrophe Committee in order to be able to arbitrate and to ensure that in the context of accessing the funds, that there is a balance not only in the context of looking at the economics of the thing, but also as well assessing need. So, Mr. President, the amendments here are really intended to ensure that we can have a catastrophe fund, as I keep saying, that is responsive, that reflects the learning that we have had in the context of our experiences thus far. And I say thus far because, as I started out by saying, we live in a world of extreme uncertainty. But even as we live in a world of extreme uncertainty, we must ensure that we put measures in place that demonstrates, Mr. President, that demonstrates that we understand, that demonstrates that indeed that we are learning, that demonstrates that we are intended to be responsive. And I know, Mr. President, that there is always suspicion and angst as we seek to amend legislation. But again, I think in the circumstance of our current reality, we have to ask ourselves, will we be doing a justice to our citizens? If we see this problem, if we see this issue, if we see this deficiency, and do not seek to ensure that we can correct it by the introduction of key measures that will have a significant impact, Mr. President, on how people and their livelihoods can be secured in the context of a catastrophe. Mr. President, as I close, I again want to reiterate that, when we speak to these amendments, when we speak to these issues, that we oftentimes have to remember the faces behind them, that we have to remember the people, the businesses behind them, that we have to remember the circumstances that impact the real people and their real lives. That we have to remember that, again, when we're talking about a catastrophe, we're talking about something that is significant and has a major impact. And therefore, Mr. President, our intention, again, is to ensure that we have a legislation that is responsive and fit for purpose. Mr. President, I beg to move that the catastrophe fund bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, sir, to offer my small contribution today, sir, and in the context of, I think, the leader of government business should have also mentioned that this legislation first came out in 2020, which speaks to the proactiveness of the nature which was just being debated. And in so saying and recognizing the need to augment and improve or what was not done or what ought to be done, I think, as usual, I will take a somewhat philosophical approach in terms of the discourse, while offering my support, of course, to any form of legislation which tries as much as is humanly possible to prepare for the unexpected, or as what we have seen now, it is now the expected. Sir, we all know the quote, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Modern data scientists would say that there are three premises we can adopt. The world is awful, that's one. The world is much better, that is two. Or the world can be much better, that is three. But the paradox is that all three of those statements are true at the same time. And what we realize in the times that we are existing now is that what was once abnormal or what was once unique in 2022 seems to be just another day, sir. Seems to be just another day. So while we contemplate this as a catastrophe, physical catastrophe, economic catastrophe, perhaps it's just a way of the government being prepared for what may, or probability would say, what is to come. For my part, sir, I think that it makes sound sense with regard to having the ability to access funds in the short term. Now, there may be concerns with regard to such access and how it is subsequently monitored. There may be some concerns with such access and how you ensure the independence of distribution. There may be some concerns with such access and checks and balances. But what we realize, sir, that in emergencies, when it's time to get literal boots on the ground and rapid response, the need to resolve the issue takes priority to best practices. So it really is a question of balancing. But in my mind, sir, I would push, we get to speak from this side, sir, with that level of independence and objectivity without having to toe any particular line. And of course, without having the responsibility of having to balance the books, sir. But from my mind, sir, it would also make some sense to see how much of this opportunity in terms of rapid response can be considered from a regional level. Because heaven forbid disaster does strike, the resources that you are utilizing on island may also be impacted. So then who will guard the guards in essence in providing that support? So we have the RSS, we have the mechanisms which deal with certain emergencies, and maybe this is an opportunity for this type of legislation to go regional and utilize the synergies so that we have Caribbean companies who are identified to come to each other's aid in the time of crises. Because if everyone in Barbados is impacted, we certainly cannot help each other. But I think that this provides the framework for such a future step. And of course, when you're dealing with regional policies, regional politics, dare I say regional egos, it sometimes takes a lot of maneuvering to allow such activities to become reality. But again, this legislation serves its purpose and it lays the foundation. I think it is also important to recognize that, as the leader of government business has indicated, you need to do this before disaster strikes. Because when the disaster comes, you're literally on the ground scrambling. So then is not the time to get persons to help out. We saw the images in relation to Florida, where because of the resources they had fleets of trucks ready to respond after. Because of our size, if there is a hit on our island, no one will come to our aid for a certain period. So we need to ensure that we have mechanism which facilitates regional support outside of that which exists, and this will be a good framework to encourage such a process. Now, ideally, perhaps what we could look at is a register which expands on the current list as set out in the legislation, which of course provides for the NHC and the different state-owned enterprises to assist in the process. And maybe there is an economic opportunity there, whereby certain businesses who are proactive enough or who have done their part with regard to paying the various, as is set out in the legislation, income tax, VAT, registration, and all that good ideal stuff, are therefore pre-selected to provide this response. And then maybe, again, wishes being horses, we then encourage a form of entrepreneurship where we expand the range of persons who are able to come to the aid. The question is, can this be taken regionally in the event of an emergency? Sir, another factor we must continue to consider, sir, is that while we talk about resilience in the context of economic and practical response, I believe that we can all say that there's also an emotional and mental need, which I think persons recognize needs to be considered in these times. I think everyone is somewhat tired. I think the world is tired. We're coming out of the pandemic, so they say. I'm still a bit cautious, so I wear my mask very proudly. And there may be other internal issues for that, sir. Maybe I just like the mask, sir. But the point is that we have been dealing with this for so long, and there's a certain amount of fatigue. And I think we recognize, especially for the youth, that there is a concern of when will things begin to get better. So while we talk about the economic considerations for the future, and while we talk about, well, how do we get back houses? How do we get back roads? Those are the priority. But perhaps, and again, we lay it at the feet of the government, which have so much to do. But perhaps there is some consideration to regard our social fabric. And I think it's fair to say that objectively, Barbados in 2020 is going through a period where there seems to be some divergence as to what it means, that social fabric. Now, we have the much touted and much utilized social, what's the term, with the unions and the social partnership, which has served, sir, I think, greatly to deal with the economic winds that come. The question is, how do we do with the less tangible issues? How do we deal with the emotional issues? How do we deal with the mental issues? The fact is, sir, that storm clouds are gathering. We see the war. We hear the cries about the environment. The government has certainly championed the cause of utilizing the borrowing mechanisms to consider those issues. We have the fears about the economy, and we have what persons seem to believe as questions with regard to the Barbadian culture through this all. I think what is necessary to reinforce is while we deal with the economic issues, and while we deal with the physical, and while we deal with very important access to roads and roofings, because all these things are secondary, but you need to have the hierarchical needs, sir. You need to meet your need for shelter, and you need to meet your need for food. But after we say all that, I think it's important that we don't forget that we take care of each other emotionally, mentally, and because it's Barbados, even though it's not popular now, sir, maybe even spiritually. And our fabric as a society needs to be considered, yes, economically, but also with retaining that essence of how we do things in this country and how we should continue to maintain. Because simply put, I think this point has been made by the Prime Minister, is that we have to be our brother's keeper. And when the time comes, which probability says will be sooner rather than later, we will pay a harsh price if we do not put mechanisms in place to take care of each other. So I fully support this legislation. I think it builds on the initiative which the government started in 2020. But as always, we continue to say, let's see how much further we can do and how much more we can do for the people of Barbados. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Before I recognize Senator Malado, I just want to recognize in our limited gallery, our former Deputy President, Senator Rudolph Greenwich, who is visiting us. And he is accompanying one of our officers from our embassy in China, is Felicia Innes. Welcome. Senator Malado.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me, dear colleagues. I think what I'm about to say might surprise you. This amendment that we're looking at today, which has been so well articulated by the Leader of Government Business, seeks to broaden the scope and to help more people and to use a few of the words that my honourable senator colleague used, to build resilience. It would be irresponsible not to do it. Things that should be done before an event, and doing justice. The four areas I would pick that you mentioned. But the challenge I have with this amendment is not to do with any of those things. It's not to do with trying to look after more people in the case of a catastrophe. It's not to do with trying to do more to avoid what might come of a catastrophe, Mr. President. The challenge I have with amending this legislation is in fact Section 8 of the underlying legislation, which is not being amended today. But I would like to focus on that, and perhaps it is my training as a chartered accountant, perhaps it is my background as a business person, perhaps it's my philosophy on good governance that focuses me upon Section 8. Section 8 tells us of the underlying legislation, which the amendments refer to, that the Director of National Insurance shall keep proper accounts of the fund. It tells us that Director of National Insurance shall prepare a monthly statement of the accounts of the fund. This is the fund that we are relying on for resilience, to look after these people in case of a catastrophe, to do all the right things, to do what is justice, to be prepared in advance. It says to us that no later than 2 weeks after the end of each month, these statements should be submitted to the Chairman of the National Insurance Board, to the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs. and the accounts of the fund shall be audited at least once every financial year by the Auditor General. In another part of the underlying legislation, we learn that this fund is managed by the National Insurance Board. My understanding is, and I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong, Mr. President, that the last time the National Insurance Scheme of Barbados was audited was in 2010. That would be 12 years ago. I'm willing to be corrected. That certainly is what I've read in the public domain. So, my concern about these amendments is not that we are seeking to do more for those who are most vulnerable. Of course, we all will agree that that's the right thing to do. Of course, we will agree that we need to build resilience in and plan for these catastrophes that may happen more and more often. We will all agree to those things. And as my learned senator on this side spoke about, we will all agree that there needs to be transparency and there should be reporting on it and there should be no favoritism, and in a catastrophe we should all pull together. We will all agree on those things. But I ask you to please consider, I ask all my colleagues to please consider here today, what would happen if when you go looking for this fund, it does not exist? Do we not have an equal responsibility to carry out all parts of the legislation? Why do we focus just on one part? How is it responsible of me today to ignore the law that is not being amended? How is it responsible of any of us to do this? Where are the audited statements of the National Insurance Board, National Insurance Scheme? Where are these reports that are supposed to be filed no later than 2 weeks after the end of each month? Do they exist? Can we see them? Where is the report on the investment portfolio and other economic activity of the fund? I find this extremely difficult, and I think that if we are, in fact, going to be, and let me use the word, if we are going to build resilience, the fund needs to exist, and we need to know it exists. And the money that we put in there needs to be well managed, and it needs to be reported back to the people. It's the people's money. It would be irresponsible of us to simply expand the mandate of this fund without actually operating it in the way in which it was designed to begin with. And one of the most important things that we need to do before the event is to make sure that there is, in fact, funds to deal with when there is an event. So finally, I would say, if we are going to actually do justice, we really need to not only amend this legislation to broaden its scope and all the things that we're talking about, but Mr. President, we also need to do all the things that are already in the legislation. And before we go running to amend it and broaden the scope, let's see a report. Let's see how it has been operated. So I'd say to you today that unfortunately, I will not be in favor of amending the legislation. I am not. I am in favor of the amendments. They are the right thing to do, but they need to be done having seen the report of the fund and having seen it operated. We must do all that's already in the legislation before we go amending it to do something more. So with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Malado. And the speakers, Senator Crystal Haynes. Please, you ready? I'm getting my Crystal's missing. Crystal Drakes. Senator Crystal Haynes is giving it to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief in my remarks this afternoon. Mr. President, we came to the Chamber in 2020 to repeal the Catastrophe Fund Act, and we made a series of amendments that broadened the scope of the Catastrophe Fund. as was rightly done. What I want to talk about this morning is something a bit more specific in terms of policy, and the acting leader of government business spoke to the policy briefly, but I believe that a bit more attention needs to be placed because policy, management, and then implementation are all tied together. Mr. President, we are talking about catastrophes and how we deal with loss and damage of natural disasters. And the government has a Roofs to Reefs program that is also tied to the physical development plan that Barbados has. What I find a bit concerning, Mr. President, that to date, there's no official public document of that overarching policy. I will repeat that. To date, to my knowledge, based on scanning the internet and also asking persons within public office, that there's no official public document as it relates to this overarching Roofs to Reefs program. And Mr. President, it is concerning because it is supposed to be the hallmark of Barbados's climate resilient economy. That is the policy that the government has said it will be the guideline by which we undertake all of the necessary activities, projects, programs that will build out a climate resilient economy. Mr. President, if you would allow me to read an article by the former Minister in Economic Affairs and Investment that was published in July of 2021, so that you understand the magnitude of what this Roofs to Reefs program is supposed to be about. Minister Carroll at the time noted that Roofs to Reefs was developed in order to make sure that our economic recovery, that our economic plan is not all developed separately from our sustainable development agenda. Roofs to Reefs is really all of the interventions brought together in one program, all of the interventions that are required for a climate resilient economy. Mr. President, I am speaking about this because the Roofs to Reefs program is also mentioned in the Barbados Nationally Determined Contributions 2021, the updated plan. It does give a small paragraph about what is intended for the policy, but again, given the nature or what is supposed to be the nature of this overarching policy, I find the information still insufficient. Mr. President, allow me to read this section from the Barbados Nationally Determined Contribution 2021. The Roofs to Reefs program operationalizes the physical development plan that I spoke about earlier and provides the vehicle through which public investment will be directed. The Roofs to Reefs can improve the standard of living and quality of life of most vulnerable segments of the population of Barbados by improving social well-being in individuals and communities and significantly reducing the damage to property, loss of life, and the costs incurred after a severe weather event. R2R, as it's called, will result in a more resilient housing stock through roof fortification and retrofitting aimed to withstand up to a Category 4 hurricane. If, Mr. President, the Roofs to Reefs program or policy is supposed to be an overarching framework, how is it that we do not have a public document for inspection for this policy? I find it deeply concerning, Mr. President, that to date, that document is still outstanding. It's being referenced internationally, regionally, and nationally. But to date, as far as I am aware, and that is, as I said, scanning the internet, researching on the internet, and also asking persons who work within the government, there is no document that outlines what this framework is really intended to do. And that, Mr. President, is concerning to me, because the acting leader of government business rightly just said that we just recently had an audit of the housing stock. How is that fitting into the Roofs to Reefs program? By what strategies are these things being implemented? Who are the ones responsible to be implementing the outcomes and the targets that are associated with the Roofs to Reefs program? Is there an integrated approach, Mr. President? And again, Mr. President, Roofs to Reefs is being mentioned on page 44, section 93 of the BERT Plan 2020 that was sent to us only last night. 2022. My apologies. So if there's no official guiding document, how then, Mr. President, is this being managed unless I am not understanding that it is a policy framework for the government and it is something else, and it is something that we're saying, but it is not being formulated officially, so be it. But given the way that it has been ventilated in the public domain, there should be some document guiding this policy. I will ignore the asides, Mr. President. Sir, I also bring this up because there's also another issue related to this program. As broad as the scope is, as wide as it is, there's only one person right now, I believe, and I stand corrected, that is coordinating the Roofs to Reefs program. You cannot have an overarching policy and there's one single individual carrying the weight of such a policy. It is unfair. And that leads me to management. As I said earlier, policy, management, implementation. If you do not have a guiding document, if you have one individual carrying the weight of this policy and integrating it into all other public sector agencies, how then is it being implemented? How is it being tracked? What resources are being given to the program? So I would like a bit of clarification here on exactly how this policy is being implemented, managed, and where's the guiding document? Because we can say a lot of things, but if we're serious about outcomes and impact, then it is only right that we have the right documentation that is guiding us. It is inappropriate for us to be saying that we have this policy, and when I go on a website called climatelaws.org. One second, Mr. President. Let me see if I can find it for you. Yes, climatelaws.org. It states that this plan was passed in 2021. It says this plan aims at protecting the population's private and community roofs from extreme weather events such as tropical storms. It also seeks to encourage the use of renewable energy sources, rainwater harvesting, and nature-based solutions to reduce runoff into the coastal environment. This document has been identified in Barbados' updated NDC, as I mentioned before, the Nationally Determined Contribution. However, this is on the website. However, the text itself is not publicly available. So is it not publicly available, or is it that it does not exist? Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drake. Senator Haynes, Dr. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. Just starting with a little bit of background about the word hurricane. The word hurricane is actually derived from the Taino word, Indigenous people, the Taino word for devil. I found that very interesting because every hurricane season we find ourselves praying to be spared when these devils start to stir. I'm hoping that today we will see safe passage of these amendments so that we could be better prepared in the event of the worst. The Catastrophe Fund 2007 was first established under law by a previous Barbados Labour Party government with the purpose of providing financial aid to low-income earners who resided in chattel houses in the event that their homes were damaged or destroyed by a catastrophe. One of the notable amendments today will be the deletion of Section 4 of the principal legislation with substitution of that section with a new section that will not only allow for us to remedy and to respond after damage or destruction have occurred, but will also allow for mitigation, allowing for Barbadian home and business owners to be better prepared should there be an impending catastrophe. As Senator Monroe Knight indicated, we're trying to be proactive rather than just being reactive. To Senator Malalu's point about the need for this act to exist and the importance of this legislation, he was suggesting that he wants the act to be there, but it has to be strong, and I hear his calls. But the only time that the existence of the catastrophe fund legislation was ever under threat was in 2016, when the former Minister of Finance threatened, and this is publicly known, you can see it in Nation News, in The Advocate, threatened to repeal the Catastrophe Fund Act. Here it is, we live in one of the most disaster-prone regions of the world, and we have a fund set up to secure us in the event of catastrophe, and we had a Minister of Finance telling Barbadians, $35 million sitting there and nobody doing anything with it. Let's repeal the act. That was what we were facing. Here we are today, doing the responsible thing to make sure that the act can be properly administered so that Barbadians, both individuals and businesses who have needs, can have those needs addressed, and so that the funding can be accessed. Due to our size and location, Caribbean SIDS are particularly susceptible to the impacts of climate change. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, on average, temperatures in the region have increased between 0.1 Celsius and 0.2 Celsius every decade for the last 3 decades. The report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change also indicated that our sea levels have risen 2 to 4 centimeters every decade for the last 33 years. The IMF is reporting that even though the Caribbean is vulnerable, just like all other small island states, it says that natural disasters occur more frequently and cost more in the Caribbean than in any other region of the world. Specifically, the IMF is saying disaster damage as a ratio of GDP was 4.5 times greater for small states than for large states, but 6 times greater for Caribbean states in particular. So that's just an overview of the level of risk that we face, the threat to not just human lives, but to our infrastructure and to our economies. In our lifetimes, we've all experienced impacts of other natural phenomena. Earth tremors, I remember 2007, leaving the QEH after a post-call day, and the car starts to shake as I pull up in front of St. Michael's School. Everybody stopped moving. People got out of their cars and ran. It was complete chaos, but thank God that is not something that we've experienced very often in these parts. We've all lived through the volcanic ashfall last year, but hurricanes by far are the most hazardous natural phenomenon that we experience in the Atlantic Basin. And the Atlantic Basin encompasses the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Gulf of Mexico. On average, the Atlantic Basin sees about 14 named storms with 7 hurricanes and 3 major hurricanes between Cat 3 and Cat 5 every year. And the threat of the hurricanes comes from in a number of ways. You have the threat of the pounding winds, the torrential rains, and storm surges. Wind destruction, you can get wind destruction directly causing damage to agricultural crops, blowing down poles, and that kind of thing. So it has a possible effect on, as we would have seen back when Hurricane Maria, I believe it was, that impacted Dominica and wiped out 253% of their GDP just in a few hours, because they're agricultural, they have a primarily agricultural economy, and their entire banana crop was lost due to the effect of the winds. But even more damaging, it said, is that when an object becomes airborne, whether it's a light pole, whether it's roof tiles, whether it's a vehicle, Anybody who did a little bit of physics in secondary school would remember that force is a factor of mass and velocity. So you combine the wind speed with the weight of that object, you can do a lot more damage when something becomes airborne. So that's one of the ways in which we tend to get damage from hurricanes. But there's also impact related to rainfall as well. When the ground becomes overly saturated, there's a threat of landslides and land slippage. But something that we've been seeing more worryingly is actually the impact of storm surges. And what actually blew my mind was that Hurricane Dorian impacted the Bahamas in 2019 with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, if you can even imagine that. And the most devastation wasn't caused by the wind force. It was caused by the storm surge that accompanied that. Up to this day, they said 84 fatalities, but the number of missing people officially reported missing was around 300, 280-something people still missing and can obviously be presumed dead. So hurricanes are not something to be taken lightly. And it reinforces the importance of why we're here today, because as we always say, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Caribbean economies are projected to lose up to $10.5 billion annually from the impacts of climate change by 2025. That is in just over 2 years from now. The UNDP reports that yearly losses from storm damage in the region averages 17% of GDP. We know that during COVID, we had an impact on our GDP. It was basically having a COVID every time a hurricane hits. And we know that COVID had our economy reeling. So this is something that we definitely have to take seriously, and I'm glad that we're taking steps to mitigate against the impact of catastrophes, and with this primary focus of my speech on hurricanes. In the Barbadian context, Senator Chantal Munro-Knight would have made reference to Hurricane Janet, which struck in September 1955. That hurricane had sustained winds of between 110 and 120 miles per hour, and 38 Barbadians lost their lives. Janet ultimately went on to become the first storm to claim 1,000 lives, and also became the first hurricane to have its name retired because it was so absolutely devastating. We fast forward to Hurricane Elsa now, because it took us 65 years before we were impacted directly by another hurricane. Elsa impacted Barbados with maximum sustained winds of 74 miles per hour. And although we did not lose a single human life, I want you guys to listen to the impact. The Minister of Housing in the other place indicated that 1,796 homes were either severely damaged or destroyed by the impact of the hurricane. He also was able to give a bit of a progress report on how the Ministry of Housing is doing in terms of these repairs. And he said that roughly 71% of the homes are either fully completed or in the process or under progress in terms of the rebuild and the repairs being done. Roughly 280 homeowners were able to just get building materials and were willing to do the work that they need to do themselves to do their home repairs. But overall, this cost the government $109 million. So as much as a hurricane impacts the island, we might say for 3 to 6 hours maximum as it slowly circulates and passes over the island, the impact is continually felt as we try to respond because it causes a cascade of other effects in terms of displacement, damage to infrastructure, and so on. So I wanted to move on to our efforts to build out our mitigation and our prevention plan. Senator Munro-Knight earlier made reference to Operation Seek and Secure, which was modeled off of a project that the government rolled out during the pandemic called Operation Seek and Save. Everybody would remember during the pandemic when we were in lockdown, the aim was to get these volunteers out so that we could go and assess the extent of infection in the community while everybody was at home, try to reduce movement and try to identify high-risk cases. So they've copied that model in a sense to say, well, we're going to take students of the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute of Technology, train them, put them under the supervision of the Barbados Defense Force, and it's facilitated by the University of the West Indies as well, and allow them to go door to door to ask a specific set of questions so that we can collate the data to help to formulate our policy and to inform our decision-making process. This is hopefully going to allow us to, I heard the Minister of Housing as well in the other place, make reference to an intended hurricane strap program. He said that they want to disperse about 10,000 roof straps so that it would help to secure the roof of wooden and chattel homes so that they will not be lost in the event of a calamity. What I'm most impressed with, however, and I had a chat with my former colleague, former Senator Adams, who would have been in the chamber during the last session of Parliament, because he actually is involved with the Hope Inc. project. And I know we've heard about the Hope Inc. houses a lot in terms of the fact that they're all going to have these solar panels, the photovoltaic panels on the rooftops and stuff. But he actually explained in a little more detail how they are building these homes to be hurricane resilient. So ultimately, the aim is to build about 10,000 homes. The homes are going to be accessible by various categories of income earners, whether you earn under $2,000 a month, under $5,000 a month, or Hope Premium, which will be targeting higher income earners. But all of these homes are being built with hurricane resilience in mind as well. He explained that they had a team of structural engineers overlook the design plans to even ensure that the angle at which roofing is placed is done in such a way to minimize lift. Ultimately, the homes, certainly the ones in Hope Direct where he's involved with, should be able to withstand up to Category 3 hurricane force winds. That's up to 129 miles per hour. So in addition to, yes, allowing businesses and individuals to access funding to retrofit homes, here we are factoring in resilience into our future build-outs in terms of how we build out our housing stock going forward. And I was really, really impressed by what he was able to tell me. So as I wrap up, I just want to say, I saw an interesting quote. The World Development Report 2017 said, long-term growth is less about how fast one grows than about how often you trip along the way. One of the challenges that we have here is that you could have the best plans in the world. When you're getting hurricane, ashfall, volcano, ashfall from the volcano, freak storms, all of these threats can potentially cripple us and bring us back to our knees. But in being proactive and in taking steps to mitigate against catastrophe, hopefully would allow us to be able to bounce back, dust ourselves off, and get back on our feet faster. Mr. President, I commend these amendments to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should say from the very beginning that I support these amendments. I think it's very important aspect of our planning as we move ahead. We have seen within the last 2 years how within that short period we have been affected by a hurricane, how we have been affected by ashfall, how, of course, the pandemic, which was over that period. And of course, we have had the situation where we have had significant droughts during that period as well. And so these are all the things that obviously we will have to make sure that we plan for and that our mitigation efforts are such that they are included in the plan. As Senator Drake mentioned, I am not aware either of a plan overall plan or management plan or any plan as to how we propose to manage these risks. And one of the things that I particularly wanted to ask is, is there any study, any risk assessment that has ever been done which we can use as some guidance? Let's say, for example, if there was a Category 3 hurricane, are we in a position to say, look, we will lose 50% of our housing stock? Do we have that kind of information available? And if so, how do we build up, make sure that this catastrophe fund is built up to the level where there are sufficient funds to be able to do all of the necessary repairs and maintenance and rebuilding that would have to be done in such a situation? And I think that has to be all part of the plan that government has got to do to build that resilience, which Senator Monroe and I spoke about earlier. Another aspect of building that resilience is to make sure, of course, that the funds are available when we need them. In a catastrophe, you need to have funds immediately. I don't know how the funds, how the monies of this catastrophe fund are invested. I don't know what the investments are. I don't know who is holding the fund. And it would be really good because you need to have, people will need to have cash or near cash available that they can do the things which have to be done. Again, I don't know how the fund is financed. Is it by annual appropriations out of the consolidated fund? I really don't know, but I think we need to have an understanding that as part of this resilience, which we've been talking about for a while, it ensures that those funds are being set aside, are being properly managed. And Mr. President, I think it is also important that those funds be not majority of those funds be not necessarily kept in Barbados. And the reason is, of course, as we said, suppose there was this major catastrophe, suppose we had lost a substantial part of our business activity for a while. We need to be able to have foreign exchange, which is very important to bring in all of the materials and all the other things which will be needed very quickly to do the rebuilding of which I just mentioned. And so I think it's important to understand how the investments of this fund are allocated. And they can't be necessarily in this region either, because when you have a major hurricane coming through this region, it affects every other territory in the region. So again, we have to look as another aspect of the management of our funds. Something else I just wanted to mention, and I believe it was raised back when we were doing the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and we spoke about the importance of getting some kind of assessment of our housing stock. It must not only be, but it must include the level and the condition of our buildings, of our roads, all this, and so we really need to be able to do that kind of thing, that kind of assessment and analysis so that it gives us an idea overall how we have to build up this fund and to make sure that we have the level of funds necessary in such an eventuality. I believe I heard the leader of government business mention $23 million in the fund. I'm not so sure if that's the correct number I heard or was mentioned, but then, you know, is that, how much is 23 million if that is the number? And so we need to be able to understand where we have to get to, how soon we are going to get there, and what are the plans for the annual appropriations or whatever that may be necessary to build that fund up to the levels, to give us that level of security that we can recover very quickly in the event of some catastrophe. Mr. President, there's one other little thing I want to mention, and it's something that struck me. We know we have one utility currently going through a process for increasing rates. But one of the things I heard coming out of that was that dividends were being paid out of a fund, a catastrophe fund, which had actually been built up to be able to replace the transmission and distribution lines in the eventuality of a catastrophe, as we are speaking about just now. And that seems, something seems to be wrong. Something is obviously wrong about that in my view. If that is so, that you are actually being allowed to build up this self-insurance fund, as it were, and then you pay dividends out of it. So when we have a catastrophe, where is the funds to replace those transmission and distribution systems? And perhaps we have to maybe look at the legislation, maybe make sure that when companies are allowed to build up these self-insurance funds, that specifically they're restricted in what they can do with these funds to make sure that in some eventuality there's a need to use them, that the funds are available and at the levels which are necessary. The other thing I want to mention, Mr. President, is within the last 2 weeks or so, maybe 3, we have had quite an excessive amount of rainfall. And we saw on social media, on the news, and so on, the problems with flooding in areas like Old Town and so on. And what again struck me as odd is that this is a project which was just completed a year ago. In fact, they may still be doing some snagging and so on to complete the project, but yet here it is that we seem to have constructed a completely new, rebuild a completely new highway along that coast road, but obviously the drainage systems don't seem to be very robust. And so I think this is something we have to take into account in our reconstruction efforts and what the things we are doing in the drainage unit, etc., just to make sure that we don't just go and repave a road and we make it nice and so to drive on, but then we have all of the issues which people would have been complaining about and which we were supposed to have been addressing during that process. So again, that is the kind of resilience that I would like, or I would wish to hope, is being built into our overall plan. But I think it is a good move. I think it shows that we are obviously looking towards what the future may bring for us. And you know, when we speak to or when you read the experts in climate change, you recognize that what they're saying is that as we are experiencing these changes, it is bringing more dangerous hurricanes. It is causing more severe droughts. We know what has happened across Europe and what has happened across parts of the US this year. And so we need to be able to understand that what obtains now may be even more severe in the future. And so as we go ahead, we need to seriously make sure that we have, as I said earlier, the level of funds adequately set aside to be able to deal with those issues. And so as I said at the beginning, Mr. President, I support the proposed amendments. And I just hope that we can see more or be more educated, as it were, as to how this fund is being managed and what is there and what is available should we need to call upon those funds in any eventuality. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon. I don't think anybody really would take issue with us being prepared for catastrophes, natural disasters, terrorist threats, pandemics. It is obvious that these are really important issues. And it has been made very clear by Senator Monroe Knight that this is an important amendment. We need to be prepared. I was briefly a guide, because I left and went to cadets, but I was briefly a guide, and one of the things that I learned as a guide, the first thing they teach you, be prepared. It's good to have children join these kinds of things, right? These things stick with you. Be prepared. And this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to be prepared. We don't want to be reactive. We need to be prepared. So when there is a catastrophe, yes, we need to react, but we also have to think about mitigation and preparation. This is a critical piece of legislation, the parent legislation, and the amendment is supposedly important. And I say supposedly only because it is so important that those who have brought the amendment, the government side, are so depleted in numbers. This is an important piece of legislation. I wonder what would happen if the four on the other side were the only ones to vote in favor of this legislation, this important piece of legislation. What would happen? It wouldn't pass. We need to be prepared. And I think that when dealing with matters as serious as this, one needs to be prepared to ensure that one's legislative agenda is successful. But however, I will leave that where it is and refer to the legislation itself and to some of my thoughts surrounding it. So to begin with, I want to look at the parent legislation, and in that legislation, under interpretation, clause 2, we are told about what a catastrophe is: a fire, an earthquake, a storm, hurricane, storm surge, sea surge, flooding, lightning, or another force of nature, a pandemic, a breach of cybersecurity, and an act of terrorism. These are the things that can be considered here. And in thinking about being responsive to the times, the things that are happening around us, I was wondering, and I just want to say that all of the things that Senator Monroe Knight said about housing, I certainly support. About support for business, I support. These things, as I said, are quite obvious. We need to make sure that the economy keeps going, it functions. We need to ensure that the most vulnerable are taken care of in a natural disaster. There are other things included in this legislation, however, and I want to emphasize a breach of cybersecurity. And considering that in quite recent times, we have seen such things. This year, we have seen small businesses affected by breaches in cybersecurity. Just this month in October, we had a conference. We heard a lot about this conference, about fintech, and about increasing access to these technologies so that all of us will be able to do things such as make payments using our mobile phones, using an app. This needs to be democratized. It is not just for the high-minded. It is not just for the big businesses, our entrepreneurs, our small businesses. Those small businesses with turnover of $500,000 or less, that is those that are covered in this legislation, are being encouraged to make use of fintech. Get into the 21st century. So while we are thinking about mitigation for these small businesses, when it comes to the physical side, there are two committees that are form part or come out of this legislation. One deals with physical and the other deals with economic, right? So while we consider the physical, we're heavily emphasizing the physical elements. What about the economic side? And the economic side is not just critical when we're talking about natural disasters, and I'm not belittling the significance of natural disasters. But I am saying there's another side to this legislation that I believe requires some expansion, because I am very unclear. I'm very clear as to what one can do, all of the things that one can do in the event of a natural disaster. I'm very, very clear. I'm also quite clear, somewhat clear, I should say, about some of the mitigation initiatives for the physical side. But what about this other side? So I turn again to the legislation. Let me just take a minute, Mr. President, to refer to my notes. So in the legislation, in the first schedule, we are made aware that businesses, if I can refer to the appropriate part, although I said be prepared, I guess I'm not as prepared as I thought, right? And I too am having technological difficulties in this cyber era. So if I can refer to the legislation, we are told that businesses can, let me get to it, are entitled to claim financial aid in such amount of relief from obligations for such period as is determined by the Economic Catastrophes Committee in order to enable the business to mitigate or remedy the adverse effects of a catastrophe. How does a business do this, a small business do this for a cyber threat, a cyber attack? And I am not saying that what the government has done here is bad, because we are in the hurricane season and we know how important it is to address this issue. We are also in a season where we have seen complaints about things like data breaches online. We know that there are these issues with credit cards and with banking and with persons' financial data. How are we helping the same small businesses that are supposed to drive this country into the future, the entrepreneurs, mitigate against these kinds of threats? Are small businesses to be expected to use their own resources and capacities and what have you to build into their use of fintech and these websites and payment platforms? on their own the ability to deal with these cyber threats. This is something that I would have wanted to see in an amendment, and I know this is a new area. I understand it is a new area, but if we are being prepared and we are thinking ahead and we are not being reactive, we are being proactive, all of the things I heard Senator Monroe Knight say, I think these are things that we need to think about before. And I can't even say before because these things are already happening. So if this is what, I know this seems like a kind of esoteric point, but it's not me that put it in the catastrophe fund legislation. It is in here. And if it is in here, as Senator Malalou said, we need to address the things that are in the legislation. And in speaking about Senator Malalou, I think he made a really excellent point in stating that it is important for us to consider the management of the fund. This fund is critical for dealing with all of the things that Senator Monroe Knight made clear. It is important, and we have to know that it is being managed appropriately. We have to be able to see the reports. We have to trust the reporting system. And I find it really unfortunate that a kind of straw man argument was set up in order to undermine the point. A straw man argument. This is a sort of distortion of someone's position. So we can bring in the fact that the only time that this fund was ever under threat was in 2016, which has nothing to do with the fact that a very valid point about the management of this fund was raised in here. A critical point. This is the money of the people of Barbados. This fund is for the people of Barbados. And when a serious point is raised, it should be addressed seriously. You don't set up a straw man to pull it down so that one can go ahead and make a point. This is the business of the people of Barbados. And it is really important for us to know about how the fund is doing. How is the fund doing? Is it healthy? When we have a catastrophe and people, the roof gone, and they're looking for a new roof, are they going to be able to get it? We need to be assured. And I read the BLP's manifesto. I read the 2018 one. I read the last one in 2022. I counted transparency in the 2018 one 11 times. 11 times is a popular word in the manifesto. And there needs to be some transparency relating to this fund. All right. I have just one other matter, Mr. President, pertaining to this amendment. And that has to do with the fact that the amendment speaks about, so we see an amendment to the first schedule to the Act 2020-13-6, and it talks about for the purposes of this paragraph, agency means Urban Development Commission, Rural Development Commission, National Housing Corporation. I read in today's paper that some things were happening to all of these entities. I read that the Urban Development Commission and the Rural Development Commission were going to be merged. I also read that there were some issues with the efficiencies of the National Housing Commission. So if we have these issues, why are these the agencies that are critical to this act? If I can, I'm using a lot of devices. If I can, I want to quote directly. I don't want to misrepresent anyone. Oh gosh. And of course, while I try to quote, everything is conspiring against me right now. So, to quote, and this is from, and it's not a cyber threat, I hope. This is from today's Nation newspaper. This is a quote of the Prime Minister of Barbados. It says, the National Housing Corporation will continue to manage the public estates, will continue to be the provider of those rent to own, but when it comes to development, the NHC is regrettably too bureaucratic and too incapable of moving with alacrity. Too incapable of moving with alacrity. Too incapable of moving with alacrity. If I am doing something that is wrong, please object. Okay, so too incapable of moving with alacrity. Yet, while being too incapable of moving with alacrity, it is one of the said entities noted here as one of the agencies that is supposed to facilitate delivery of said fund. So I understand that we have a lot of issues with our state-owned enterprises. I too support the need to reform some of these, probably many of them, to ensure that they do indeed perform with alacrity. But I would hope that we operate with some coherence as well, because if there are these concerns about the Urban Development Commission, the Rural Development Commission, and the NHC, why are we bringing these agencies forward as those that are important in facilitating the delivery of these funds when persons or businesses experience a physical emergency? These are some of the things that I just find a little bit concerning, things that stand out to me. I find somewhat incoherent that I wanted to raise today now that I have the opportunity to do so. I think that this amendment is one that is laudable, and it is laudable because it does place emphasis in an area that we need to emphasize. It is really important for us to think about flooding, for what happens when we have these emergencies, these catastrophes, what happens to people, what happens to businesses. But I do think that we need to use the Senator Monroe Knight's words, we need to shore up what we do as well. We need to shore up our approach to these things so that we are truly being proactive, so that we are truly being flexible, responsive, nimble, and providing legislation that is fit for purpose. We need to move away from our traditional approach to a proactive one so that we can shore up resilience. And my fear is that we have not done sufficient in this amendment to do so, and I really want to re-emphasize how important Senator Malalu's point is in shoring up resilience. We need to make sure that the fund is properly managed so that when the time comes to use it, we have the ability to do what we are supposed to do with it. With these words, Mr. President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Mr. Nenard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief, Mr. President. I too want, Mr. President, to read from something, but not the nation. I will read from the Act, Mr. President. The 2020 Catastrophe Fund Act, under the definition of catastrophe, states that it means an event, whether natural or not. I'll repeat that part. Whether natural or not, that has a significant adverse impact on the economy or a part of the economy, including all the areas that Senator Hines touched on. Mr. President, what that really means is that man-made events, which we have chosen not to speak of, man-made events in this country where people have done things in an unregulated way that results in catastrophes should be included. Mr. President, we spoke about 1,700 plus houses that were damaged and had to be repaired, and the amounts of money spent. But people can live outside. What people cannot live without, Mr. President, is water. And whenever there's a catastrophe in this country, there's this panic about water and bottled water. And I've often wondered whether this country has spent enough time and energy to secure our water supplies in case there's a catastrophe. Whether our sources of groundwater could be contaminated. As has happened in some places, you heard recently in Florida, there was storm surge and the water became undrinkable. It is a major, major issue, Mr. President. Now, while we can have a fund that will help persons and businesses that get damaged in a catastrophe, and we see that happening currently with the results of the hurricane that passed over a year ago. If you're going to have resilience, we have to build it out. Mr. President, as far as I'm aware, there is no existing building code in this country There is no existing enforceable building code in this country. So I ask myself, why are we spending all the time speaking of how will we repair what has been damaged when we've not set a standard for how we will build? So while we continue to speak about the funds we'll provide, we have not spent any time stating how we will build structures that will be resilient and have professional bodies like the Barbados Association of Professional Engineers be on hand to advise on what is best. Mr. President, we heard in another place where a minister got up and beat on members of that organization. But those are the people we need to advise us. We cannot say we will provide $14 million, I know we're just calling that a number, to repair houses when we have not spent any time in laying out how they must be built so that they will be resilient. The idea of fitting hurricane straps on chattel houses might save a few roofs, but it doesn't stop the walls from falling in. And the statements being made confirms that the houses, had the roofs been secured, the whole structure might have blown away. So we have to spend some time doing the things that are important that will build long-term resilience. I thought that Senator Monroe Knight made an excellent point that it has to be resilient. Not for tomorrow, not for 10 years, but for a long time. And hopefully, Mr. President, in the near future, we will see a bill come to this Parliament that lays out a building code. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Maynard. Any more speakers? Senator Andrade Boyce.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I begin by indicating my support for the amendments before the House, sir, out of an appreciation of the seriousness of the times that we live in. Times defined, particularly in this part of the world, by climate action, climate events rather, that have the capacity to devastate us in one fell swoop. And it is in that context, Mr. President, that the amendments before the House are necessary, the amendments before the Chamber are necessary. The original piece of the principal piece of legislation makes it so that individuals and businesses, low-income individuals specifically, and small businesses benefit from the protection of the government in relation to catastrophes. And though I focus on hurricanes and climate events, we appreciate that the legislation goes a bit further. Mr. President, some context is necessary because in 2007, when the principal piece of legislation was tabled, we were having a very different conversation about climate and climate resilience. Perhaps it is most appropriate to say that we were not having as robust a conversation as we are now. Perhaps we didn't understand the circumstances to be as dire. In the intervening period, though, we have seen hurricanes, not only on our climate events, rather, not only on these shores, but in other parts of the region that make it very clear that where we fail to prepare, we do so at our own peril. And that is not to say, Mr. President, that the Barbadians who have been impacted by climate change, climate events, and have lost parts of their structures did not prepare. That is not to say, Mr. President, that the horrors of the hurricane season of 2017 and the ravages that it had on some of our Caribbean neighbors was evidence of a lack of preparation. It is to say, though, Mr. President, that we need to do what we can. And in the interest of in the name of doing what we can, this government has endeavored to build resilience, a word that you have heard time and again in this afternoon's debate. And resilience here isn't only about the catastrophe fund, although that is what we're debating. It isn't only about a Roof to Reefs program, although that was highlighted here today, but it is about the multiplicity of ways this government has found to entrench in its policy infrastructure, resilience, and capacity building. So, Mr. President, the suggestion, to the extent that we heard it today, that this is about platitudes or public relations, sir, is one that I take, and I think that the government will take umbrage with. It is built into the policy infrastructure of this country. Time and again, Mr. President, whether it is our international agreements, whether it is arrangements with the Bretton Woods institutions, our global advocacy, and our global advocacy seeks to ensure that the world, and perhaps none more importantly than all of us, take measure of our vulnerabilities. Mr. President, we live in a country where small and micro businesses make up a large measure of our corporate environment, our corporate and business environment. And so, to ensure that they are protected from the ravages of climate events, to ensure that they're resilient to the ravages of climate events is imperative. Because where there is a post-disaster economic lull, it affects all of us, Mr. President. So that this is not a debate in the abstract. It is not an esoteric conversation. It is about the lived reality and the lived realities of businesses and people across this country, Mr. President. And I make the point that resilience is built into our policy infrastructure, Mr. President. And I want to note that the government's manifesto has made very clear that the existence, the importance of things like the Roof to Reefs program, and Mr. President, it also makes clear that resilience depends on, through that program, it makes clear that resilience depends on all of us. And so it is in that context that I take the opportunity to encourage all Barbadians to do what they can. Your government will protect you, but your government expects you also to partner in the protection of yourself from these events. It takes all of us to withstand, to be resilient from, and to survive these events. Mr. President, it is quite poetic, I suppose, that we're having this discussion in the context, in the midst of a hurricane season. A hurricane season that has largely been uneventful, knock on wood, but one where, as each one does, highlights the vulnerabilities of this country. And that underscores the point that I made earlier about this not being an abstract or esoteric conversation. The government of Barbados has committed to ensuring that low-income Barbadians and small businesses can withstand the test of time, Mr. President, times that we can not be sure of, that we cannot be certain where we cannot be certain what will befall us. And so, Mr. President, it is in that context that I lend my support to the amendments before the House and pray their safe passage. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Andrade Boyce. Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be very brief in my statements here. It was not my intention to speak on this matter, but having heard some of the concerns of some other senators, I thought it necessary to say a few words. Having grown up in the Leeward Islands, I've experienced lots of hurricanes, and particularly so, I saw the effects of in the aftermath of Hurricane Lewis in St. Martin in 1995, where almost every roof in that country was gone. We also saw recently what happened in Barbuda and in other parts of the Caribbean. We saw what happened in Florida recently. And I wish to touch on a point that Senator Boyce, Senator Kevin Boyce would have mentioned earlier about the social and psychological effects of the catastrophe, which are not really highlighted here. In going to St. Martin in 1996, months after the passage of Hurricane Lewis, people were still in a daze. There were people who were having panic attacks and anxiety attacks just at a high wind. I think that this is an aspect of these catastrophes that is sometimes lost on us and can be lost on us here in this country because we have not had much experience of these things. And so perhaps a further amendment to this bill can be something that takes into account the social and psychological effects of the catastrophe and how we can mitigate the effects of those things on persons thereafter. But I also wish to support the point made by Senator Malalu because I believe it's an important point that, and Senator Hines, that we've mentioned transparency so much, whereas if we were to touch on the events of the last few days, the lack of transparency and stealth can be euphemisms for governance in this time, or seen in that way by some people. And so we have to be dotting our I's and crossing our T's with matters such as this. And I want to reinforce the point that Senator Malalou made. It wouldn't be a stickling point for me in not supporting this legislation if there is a promise that we can seriously look at the audited report of the catastrophe fund and the NIS in general. But I also want to raise a point that may be futuristic and some persons may think is harsh, but I think we've seen in recent years that we really cannot build for the ferocity of the hurricanes that are passing here. And so while we may be putting efforts into building something that is resilient, we may be putting money into a bag with holes. And in so doing, we have to balance the economics of it, because in seeking to build a more resilient structure, the cost will go up, and therefore put some people out of the market. And maybe the time will come, may sound harsh, when we will have to invest in a few shelters within the country that can house a particular number of people. And when we have government projects for housing, we invest in houses that are easily replaceable. And look at that economic side of it, because I don't think we can adequately build the type of structures that can resist some of the storms and some of the effects of storms that we're seeing in recent times. And so that's just my area of sobriety in this matter, but I want to commend the government and previous administrations for this legislation, because I think it is necessary for us in this region. We definitely must plan, and as Senator Monroe Knight would have pointed out, we definitely have to be proactive in anticipating what is to come and make the necessary preparations. But I do believe the time will come when we will have to make that decision about the type of structures that we're building, particularly for as low-income housing in this country. It's just a thought. I wish to once again support the view of Senator Boyce that an integral part of this legislation has to be the social and psychological effects of catastrophes. And I think that that is something we should seriously think of. Strange enough, I was at Mass this morning, and we were using, one of our readings was from Galatians chapter 6 and verse 3 in particular, which reminds us to bear each other's burdens and feel what the other person is going through. And I think that that is an important part of this legislation as well. So with those few words, I wish to thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers. Name of speakers, Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a few small points, so to speak, on this. I wholeheartedly support the changes, but I wanted to try to allay some of the fears that I've heard exposed here. One, the idea of the agencies that Senator Hines spoke about, UDC, RDC, and whatever. Those entities, yes, are going to be submerged into what is termed the NDC. But let us be real. And I want to be brutally honest in here this morning. Let us be real. The problems of the UDC, the RDC, the national housing, the national insurance, these things, they happen overnight. And there's going to be no magic pill or any magic wand that any of us in here can wave and make them go away just like that. They can be works in progress. And when we speak about building codes and the other things like that, which I totally agree with. But as Senator Rogers made the point, and I wanted to support him on this, and I think at some point in time, as a person who has been involved in social work for a long time, some of us need to get out of these rooms and go on the road and see what is really happening out there with people. Because there are going to be numbers of people that don't, no matter what any configuration of government does, these people are not going to be able to do things for themselves. It is totally impossible. And so once like I said, I agree with the idea of building codes and these sorts of things, but you're always going to find people who can only do what they can do. And unless we have a sustained program that speaks to the code, not only for the people who are not underneath the, what we call the poverty line or whatever, but that the codes are also adhered to at all levels, government included, when you are building things, and ensuring then that those persons who cannot do it for themselves, that the very things that government provides adhere to the same codes, well then we'll be on the road to fixing that particular problem. But the expense of a lot of the things, again, as Senator Rogers mentioned, drives up the cost of a lot of the things. And sometimes when I hear Barbadians speak, I sometimes wonder if we compare ourselves to what we term as the developed world. Not understanding our own history, not understanding exactly where we are as a small developing island state. What kind of finances do we bring? Let me get real. What kind of money do we bring in from what you call our major thing, tourism, to fund all the things that I hear people saying that government must do or this person should do? What kind of salaries do people work for as opposed to the kind of expense that we have to pay for everyday living? At some point in time, somebody got to get real. Because we can have great wish lists, fantastic wish lists, but we have to face the reality of where we live. And a government, and I'm not talking about this particular administration, anyone can only do what it can do. The same way that the person who lives underneath the poverty line can only do what they can do. And it is important that sometimes when we seek to score some points, that we stick to what it is we're supposed to be dealing with. We're talking about a fund. Today the discussion is on the fund. And I listened very carefully as we go to little sidebars and different things to deal with, you know, the running of the National Insurance Scheme and these other things. But like I said, those are things that have to be worked on as we go along. But I could understand how one would feel if you hear, well, yes, it's going there, but if someone could please give me a better option, I would be very open to listening to it, and I would support it too, if it comes. But, sorry, Senator Malu, but all I'm saying is, bring me, as a member of here, a solution as to what the alternative or whatever is going to be. Put it on the table. This is a place where the resolutions can come. Bring them and put them on the table and let us discuss them. I'm very happy to hear. Because I too, like you, or like everybody else in this room, very interested in seeing the very best for the land that I call home. But at the same time, I also believe that there's a time and a place for everything. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Dr. Maronek.
Mr. President, I do not beg that this sitting be suspended until 3 p.m.
The question is that we do take a suspension for lunch until 3 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting is the ayes have it. This sitting is therefore suspended until 3 p.m. today.
And I can go on. I can go on, Mr. President. So that I also want to make the point, and while it is appreciated that, yes, that is up to 2021, as of October, I want to remind this honorable chamber that even though that, yes, the NAS audited statements are not up to date, the actual reports on all of the NAS funds every 3 years, and in that actuarial report, there has never been an adverse report on the catastrophe fund to date. I also, Mr. President, want to indicate that currently the catastrophe fund stands at $30.5 million within the catastrophe fund at present. The fund is not in danger. The discussion over the National Insurance Fund and the extent to which it could possibly run out in 12 years or more. Let us be fair and let's have an honest discussion. The NAS fund is not in danger of collapse. We came to this country, again, I'm going to use my own words, in an effort to be proactive. We intended as a government to face it and fix it. We did not hide the fact that the audited reports were not up to date. We came to the country and said there is a problem, and these are the things that we are working to do to fix it. We have said to the country that we are working to bring up all of those audited reports, and we are working with the auditors currently to ensure that those reports are up to date. This government is intended on facing it and fixing it. We came to the country for the conversation. I also want to suggest that the issue of corporate governance is one that this government is committed to and transparent and being very, very transparent about. Currently, right through the public sector, there is training for every single SOE board on the issue of corporate governance and how we strengthen it and ensure that it operates to best practices. That is who this government is. If we want perfection in this moment, then I am going to hold my hands up and say to you, I cannot deliver perfection. I would suggest, quite humbly, if I could, I probably don't belong here, I probably belong up in the heavens. Perfection is something that you work towards. And I would also like to suggest, again, let's be fair, that the issue of corporate governance is not just a problem or a challenge for government. The Sagicor collapse was a problem of corporate governance. It was a problem of corporate governance. So that the issues of management of corporate governance are one that we are intending to work through. We understand the issues, many of them we've found, but we have not hidden them, Mr. President. We have not hidden it. And we are working assiduously to be able to correct it. And again, I want to identify that the NAS fund is not in danger. The NAS fund is sorry, Mr. President, I'm just looking to just make sure that I can give the correct figures. The fund is currently at 3.9 billion strong, or 5 times the value of the current benefit payments. It is not in jeopardy. There has never been an adverse report on the catastrophe fund. Go on the NAS website and you will find the reports of the catastrophe fund that is there. So I hope, Mr. President, I've spoken to that particular issue. I also want, as well, Mr. President, to address the issue that was raised in the context of how the fund is capacitated. And I want to point to the legislation and as well go to section 3 of the catastrophe fund, Mr. President, and I will read from the act itself. It says the catastrophe fund established under the former act shall, on the repeal of the former act, continue in existence under this act and continue to consist of A, annual contributions with effect from financial year 2006-2007 in the sum of 2.5 million voted by Parliament for the purposes of the fund for a period of not less than 5 years. B, monthly contributions payable with effect from financial year 2006-2007 by every employed person and self-employed person in the amount of 0.1% of the earnings on which that person pays national insurance. And C, amounts realized from investment proceeds, and D, monies that may accrue from the operations of the fund. So, Mr. President, again, just to indicate that the Act does, in fact, identify right there how the fund is capacitated. And as I've indicated, the fund is well financed. There are monies in the fund at current, so that the extent to which there are concerns in relation to whether or not we will have enough money in the fund, those can be allayed with the facts that I have given, Mr. President. I also want to speak to the notion of effectiveness and efficiencies, in the context of the National Housing Corporation, the UDC, etc., and the extent that there are inefficiencies within these agencies, then they're not fit for purpose to be included in the context of the legislation. And again, Mr. President, I go back to the fact, if we want perfection now, then I will say to you, I can't deliver. I can't give you perfection in this moment. It is a work in progress. Mr. President, what is it that we are to do? There is a catastrophe. There are agencies that people are going to. Do we say to them, sorry, I can't help you because we have an inefficiency here? Or do we, at the same time that we try to address the inefficiencies, make sure as well that we are able to provide the services that people are asking? Do we stop in the face of when it is imperfect, Mr. President, because if we did, every other process that we would be doing, we would stop. To suggest that because an agency has a concern or a challenge, that means that it is not proper, that it cannot act, that it cannot work to fulfill its mandate, I would suggest is a very spurious argument, Mr. President, and is an unfortunate argument as well. Because I said there is no organization or agency, as far as I am aware, and like Senator King, I will ask, show me the evidence of the perfection. We all work in a space in which everything is not perfect, but that we need to be able to maneuver and still deliver to the people of Barbados. So we take away these three agencies because there are challenges, and then what? What do we say to the people of Barbados? Where do they come to, Mr. President, when they are seeking housing solutions? We turn them away? Is that the solution? Furthermore, I want to identify that in the context of the amendment broadened that same amendment that we're looking at to make sure that even if it is not UDC, RDC, or the National Housing Corporation, that it says any other government department, any other statutory body that is able and fit for purpose to deliver, that they can also as well deliver. The focus here, Mr. President, is on the fact that we need to deliver for the people of Barbados. Mr. President, I want to step back a little bit too as well, and just bear with me, because a comment was made on the floor in the respect of the seriousness of the government side in this debate, because numbers were perhaps few on that side. The government brought this legislation. The government brought this legislation. Cabinet sat down, considered it, mulled over it, looked at it. We could have left it in comfort. We didn't. We didn't. We brought it here again to face it and fix it principle that this government operates under. We are not, Mr. President, comforted to just rest on our laurels and leave legislation there because it should be there or because we feel it is too soon to be amended, particularly when it has to do with delivering for the people of Barbados. No way. And to suggest that there's not a seriousness in our side because some members, for legitimate reasons, could not be here at the time, again, I find is unfortunate. It is an unfortunate, Mr. President, indictment on this side and how we attend to the matters before us. There has never been a time when we have ever in any of our actions demonstrated that we are not serious about attending to the bills that our government is bringing before this House. And I want to make that perfectly clear, Mr. President. I also, Mr. President, want to indicate, and I think we've come to a fair agreement of understanding that they are indeed building codes, building standards. We also understand that these are not mandatory, and this again is a work in progress that we have to be able to move forward with in order, and I agree, to ensure that we build resilience on all fronts as we go forward. Finally, Mr. President, there were some questions raised in the context of the Roof to Reefs project and the extent to which that Roof to Reefs project is ongoing. I will say briefly, Mr. President, that the director of the Roof to Reefs project sits in the Prime Minister's office, moved from another department to sit in the Prime Minister's office, and that move demonstrates again the importance that the government is placing on that project, the director. I also want to advise, Mr. President, that within the next month or so, we will be recruiting staff, an additional 5 persons, under a project for the Global Environmental facility, the GCF, in order to be able to fund those so that those don't come out of the government pockets, because that is also something that we have to look at. So yes, we want to be able to provide the service, but it doesn't all have to come from government coffers. And so the Roof to Roof project was designed that it is supported not just by government, but by other partners as well. And if we understood the design of the Roof to Roof project, we will then be able to appreciate it is not only what that particular project is going to deliver, but all of the interlinkages that are happening across ministries, whether they're in water, what we are doing in housing, what we are doing with waste, and all of those areas. And there are several projects on the ground now that are being delivered in the context of the Roof to Roof project, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that, Your Honor. Yeah? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I beg to move, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill, the Catastrophe Fund Amendment Bill 2022, be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Senate is in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I do now beg that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chair, I do now beg that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chair, I do now beg that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Mr. Chair, I beg that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Which is? Mr. Chair, I beg to move
That you do not report.
that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Sorry, yeah. Mr. President, I beg to move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Billings, the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Catastrophe Fund Amendment Bill 2022. Sorry, Amendment Act 2022.
The question is that this bill be now passed and so cited. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Billings, the ayes have it. This bill is now so passed and cited.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honorable Acting Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. of a parcel of land, the property of the state, together with the building thereon known as the Treasury Building, situate at Bridge Street in the parish of St. Michael in this island for the purpose of residential development.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, the resolution before this Honorable House is for the vesting of the property comprising the former Treasury Building, standing at 2,106.5 square meters of state land, situated in historic Bridgetown, in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. Mr. President, this resolution is part of government's wider Bridgetown regeneration project, and the aim is to repurpose the old Treasury Building for first-time owners in the middle income bracket. Mr. President, I think that most of us in here can relate to the sentiment associated with Bridgetown. And again, you know, growing up, hearing stories of the first time you went to Bridgetown and, you know, people dressing up, you know, you're going to Bridgetown for the first time. So there is a sentiment that you grow up with in the context of the city center and Bridgetown. And not only in the context of the city center itself, but even the Treasury Building, yeah? So that the Treasury Building was opened on November 22nd, 1967, by the late, the former Prime Minister Errol Barrow. And I also remember as well that every time you go into town, the Treasury Building was always a good spot to say, meet me by the Treasury Building. You know, or you see the Treasury Building and then you turn left or you turn right. So it was a focal point in the context of the Bridgetown area. I also, as well, Mr. President, when we talk about the whole notion of the city center and the Bridgetown area, one of the other phenomena that we saw was also the rural to urban move, right? The rural to urban drift. So as Bridgetown expanded, people moving from rural areas to come to the center of what was perceived economic activity and therefore as well economic opportunity as well. So that the city center stands in a particular historical view. In the context of culture, we would say it is part of our intangible cultural heritage. Yeah, how we hold and how we view Bridgetown and the things that and the memories that we hold in the context of the city center. At the same time, we recognize that over the years, the fortunes of the city center has ebbed and flowed. You know, we can see a time or remember a time when Bridgetown was flourishing, and we can also recall a time, and some would say no, when, you know, it doesn't seem to be as vibrant, as flourishing as it could possibly be. We've had, again, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the natural fortunes of the economic vicissitudes that have caused some businesses to close. And therefore, in many respects, we need to be able to take an active approach in order to the city center. Do we let it die? Do we let it run on its own? Or as a small country, again, understanding the historical and innate value of Bridgetown, do we then make a concerted effort to ensure that we can rejuvenate the Bridgetown area? The Harvard Gazette, in an article, "What Makes Cities Thrive," was headlined by the phrase, "More people and lots of them." More people and lots of them. The article indicated that the strengthening of city centers had to be buttressed by creating environments and spaces for people to gather. That it was no longer the traditional notion of a city center that was just about shopping, but that the creation of thriving city centers had to do with being able to create opportunities for people to undertake various types of activities, entertainment, cultural activities, have your restaurants, living spaces, etc. If we think about the city centers that we visit and that we know of and that we view on television, these are bustling places. But people are not just doing one thing. Yeah? People are not just doing one thing. If we think about Manhattan, which may be one of the ones that we're more familiar with, when we go to Manhattan, it's bustling for shopping. But I remember going to Manhattan, and sometimes there are shows that are shown on the screen, and people standing up in the middle of the city and watching it, or there are performances. The tourists are taking pictures because they're iconic places all over. People go to Paris, not only just for the shopping, but what did they go to Paris for? The Eiffel Tower. To go to museums, so that the notion of the city center is changing itself. And again, as a country that is forward-looking, this government is seeking to invest in making sure that we build out a city center again, yes, for tourism activity, but also as well to make sure that we have a cultural hub, one, but also as well a space that people can feel safe to be able to live and experience a multiplicity of activities and things, and for this city center, once again, to be able to thrive. I also want to say, and because one of my portfolios is as Minister of the Prime Minister's Office's responsibility for culture, to also remind that Bridgetown has the designation. It is historic Bridgetown and its garrison, inscribed by UNESCO, by the UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2021. So that there is value and there is recognition of the value that is inherent in the context of Bridgetown. And Mr. President, I want to go through just a look and help us understand what that inscription means in terms of the value of historic Bridgetown. The process of gaining inscription on the World Heritage List is a long and complicated one. The inscription depends on the country being able to satisfy at least one of 10 criteria set up by UNESCO's operational guidelines. Among other things, for example, a site must represent a masterpiece of human creative genius, exhibit an important interchange of human values over a span of time or within a cultural era of the world, on developments in architecture or technology, monumental arts, town planning or landscape design, bear a unique or at least exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or civilization which is living or has disappeared, and contain superlative natural phenomena or areas of exceptional natural beauty and aesthetic importance. So that UNESCO has recognized the value that we have in the context of this World Heritage Site. And not only then do we have that inscription, but the Division of Culture has been working in many ways to make sure that it continues to enhance the value and the appearance of Bridgetown in order, again, to make sure that it contributes to the rejuvenation of Bridgetown. So that in terms of public education and interpretation, we have developed under the World Heritage Committee, again, which is an interministerial committee, signage has been erected. There are now 13 entrance signs along the boundary site, and approximately 200 directional signs have been installed at streets and alleys within the capital city. And there's an ongoing process to erect even more interpretive sites in order to be able to identify the historic spaces that we have in Bridgetown. I remember earlier this year going to a ceremony in which the Division of Culture was highlighting entrepreneurs who were doing work in the city center to create tourist attractions, tours. I did not even know, Mr. President, there are cannons in Swan Street, right around Bridgetown. And so these entrepreneurs were developing tours to be able to move tourists about Bridgetown in order to look at these heritage sites. And I was saying to myself, as Barbadians, we don't even know them. So that the potential is there in the context of our city center of Bridgetown to be able to rebuild and to attract the kind of atmosphere that will ensure that it thrives again and promotes economic activity. So that this Bridgetown regeneration project, of which the resolution is that we vest these lands in the BTII, again, is really part of a larger project. So even as we discuss this vesting, I hope that we do so in the context that the government has a larger plan. That the government has a larger plan. We're not just saying we're going to turn the Treasury building into some apartments there, but it's not only apartments, but also as well a cultural space, restaurants as well. I also want to add, Mr. President, and I must add this, that unlike what has been very unfortunately put out in the public over the last weekend or so, the Division of Culture has actually launched since May of 2022, a design competition for a monument to be placed in Heroes Square, a monument not to an individual. Mr. President, I repeat, it is not a monument to an individual or one family, but it is a monument to celebrate the Barbadian family and commemorate the journey of the Barbados family. That design competition for a monument to be placed in Heroes Square was launched in May of 2022. This week, an exhibition goes up in the foyer of the Division of Culture, highlighting the submissions, the over 10 submissions that were received. And by next week, we will be announcing the 3 top winners of that exhibition. And I'm making that point to say again, that this is all part of that project in order to build out Bridgetown. So that, just imagine, Mr. President, that within the coming year, 2 years and a half, we'll be able to see right in the middle a monument that represents Barbados, that represents us, that represents the Barbadian family. Mr. President, I also want to take the opportunity, because I feel I must, Mr. President, to ask those in this country that are intent on creating hysteria, public mischief through fake news, that they ought really to reflect, that they ought really to desist. And I certainly would like to ask the Democratic Labour Party to join with us in denouncing such tactics, because it cannot be part of the political landscape that the DLP is saying to us should be showing new politics, should be showing a different kind of politics. And therefore, we believe that we are hoping that the Democratic Labour Party will be able to come out and say very strongly and loudly that it is not in support of such tactics, the spreading of fake news, particularly when they are using people's names, attempting to smear the Prime Minister and her family, and calling into question how the Division of Youth Affairs is undertaking a project in as transparent a manner as we have been doing. It is sheer political mischief, Mr. President, and we are denouncing it. Mr. President, in the context of, again, looking at the Bridgetown rejuvenation, a project is also underway to have the National Cultural Foundation relocate to Queen's Park, transforming Queen's Park as part of the wider project to create a cultural hub within this space. So you will have the National Cultural Foundation located at Queen's Park, but along with the National Cultural Foundation in its offices, we will have spaces for artists in residence. We will create a permanent space for our steel orchestras. We will have dance studios and productions. Imagine walking through Queen's Park and engaging as artists are painting and performing. That is the vision that this government has when we talk about Bridgetown and rejuvenating Bridgetown. And I'm hoping that as I say so, that we are getting the sense as well that when we talk about spaces for culture, people performing, we're talking about people. We're talking about people. We're not talking about building edifices just for so, but we're talking about creating spaces, one, that entrepreneurs can have opportunities to secure their trade, but also as well, so that Barbadians, we talked about, Mr. President, earlier, taking care of the social and the mental as well, and creating a Bridgetown that is more open. Again, not just about the shopping, not just about that level of economic activity, but a full experience, a full cultural and social experience, highlighting the fundamental culture and heritage of this country for all. I want to remind Mr. President as well, that if you can imagine that picture I painted of walking to Queen's Park, when you, on your way to Queen's Park, you're also going to pass the green space that was created just in front of the Central Bank. You're also, Mr. President, as you traverse the Bridgetown area, going to be reminded that the government invested extremely heavily as well, Mr. President, in Golden Square Freedom Park. Again, creating a space for families and people. I do not know how many of you use Golden Square, have visited Golden Square. If you go there during the day at 6 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, on weekends, there are people sitting, playing dominoes, gathering, talking. Families are there on Sundays with kids, just having picnics and talking. Young people are there roller skating, doing all sorts of activities. And this is within the context of the city center. That is what we are talking about when we talk about rejuvenation of the city center. Mr. President, I could also speak to you as well about the tourism projects that are planned, the building of the Hyatt Hotel, the fact that we are going to build out right from Pierhead right down to Kensington, again with restaurants and open spaces. That is all part of the project in which the Treasury building is a critical part of. And importantly, within that context, Mr. President, we are then hoping that that level of economic activity will then revitalize the businesses that are already existing in Bridgetown, bring back the business and people that has probably left Bridgetown to go other way, Because now that they can feel it, they can come to Bridgetown and have an entire experience in the context of the city center. And the creation of living spaces as well creates, as I said before, what the Harvard report said, in order for city centers to thrive, they need people and lots of them. Mr. President, I do not beg that this bill be read, that this resolution be read a first time. That this resolution be now passed.
The speakers? Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this resolution, and I just want to make a few points where this is concerned. If you look around the world, wherever we travel, and this should be easy for persons in this room and outside of this room to understand. Oftentimes, if you talk about England, we're going to speak about London. If you talk about the USA, we're going to talk about the Big Apple, New York. If we talk about Japan, we're going to single in or zero in on Tokyo. It is important for any country, regardless of size, that it has a vibrant city. This is where commerce happens. This is where culture happens. This is where people socialize. This is where business deals are made. And in all of these things, just as outlined by Senator Monroe Knight, the effort to get people to live in the city is important. Because we have seen, for those of us who have been traversing this Bridgetown for many, many years, we have seen number of restaurants, number of nightclubs, all of these things that helped to make Bridgetown what it was in the past, very active, all during the day and all during the night. A lot of these things have passed away. For those of us who, when we were young, we would go out and there were lots of activities in the city. This was the place to come. And as we seek again to build it out, let us also bear in mind that this city, Bridgetown, it might be painful for some people to face the reality, but this city was part and parcel of the center of commerce for the British Empire. From slavery right up until the end of, well, the days of King Sugar. This Bridgetown was important. It sent rum, it sent all kind of things to the colonies, to the Carolinas. The wealth that was created within this city helped to fund wars within the Caribbean region. And you know, it bothers me. And you know, a lot of people might get upset with what you're saying now, but I can say it bothers me when we move from old colonial days and all of these other things that we speak passionately about. And then when we have it in our own hands, it comes to this. Bridgetown is dead. And the efforts that have to be put into revitalizing it now, to get it back to its glory days, so to speak, it's going to be a monumental one. And it's going to take the support of, in my mind, a lot of our younger people, those who are going to be leaving university and looking for jobs and looking for somewhere to live. And these are going to be the ones, along with persons from outside of this country who may want to move to a place like Barbados to live. These are the persons that we're going to be seriously targeting in order to build out the city as it should be. You ask yourself, well, who's going to support the nightlife? The nighttime economy, as we call it, it's going to be young people. It's certainly not going to be people in my age group or above, as we did when we were young. So whatever we do as we build this out, talk about the culture, we talk about restaurants, we talk about the businesses and all these other things, but the emphasis really, in my mind, has to be on providing that space, jobs also for younger people, because they're the ones who are going to drive it. They're the ones who are going to drive the growth of the city. And so I just wanted to make that small contribution, because as I said before, this is important, and like most of the things, it is a work in progress, but I believe in the right direction. Housing in itself is going to be very important as to how we build it out and bring that life back to the city. And again, from the business standpoint, a lot of our young people, they're going to need the supporting agencies that we have on island, the different funds, fund access and growth enterprise for all these kind of things, are going to have to be accessible and easily accessible for those young persons who may want to start businesses and come bring back businesses to the city. And then financial institutions are going to have to be flexible in terms of helping people who need mortgages and the other things to purchase the properties, the condos, the apartments, the housing, whatever it is that is built out. So this effort is one that requires many facets of this society to be on board with it and to basically understand the importance of having a very vibrant city in Barbados. And with those very few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Harris.
Mr. President, I rise to support the resolution before this honorable chamber, which is seeking to vest the property of a parcel of land to the BTII, the building we all know as the Treasury Building. As I support this resolution, I would like to commend the board and staff of the BTII for the outstanding work it is doing in the transformation of the city. We have seen the work done by the BTII in its effort to transform Bridgetown in areas like Halls Road, Constitution River, Fairchild Street, where we have the beautifully built kiosks for the vendors, and the Golden Square Freedom Park. Mr. President, when this resolution was debated in another place a couple weeks ago, I heard a few familiar voices on the calling program, the same voices we hear every day. I heard them making mockery of this bill, of this resolution, saying that why the project should not be done. We will have people in the city with clothes on, we can see clothes on the line, and all of those negative comments. Mr. President, I remember clearly that these same familiar voices were the ones who were opposing the demolition of the NIS building. They said that I don't know what, I said callers, I never said moderators, and I don't listen to sides. They were against the demolition of the National Insurance Building, saying that we are demolishing a building, being built back nothing there, and they went down the road. And how it was a waste of money. But Mr. President, I know, like me, you have visited the Golden Square Freedom Park. And it is an investment that has not only beautified the city, but it has brought life to the city. We always hear after 5 o'clock, we don't have any activity in the city. But the Golden Square Freedom Park has brought life to the city from Sunday to Sunday. You just have to drive through Golden Square, drive through Bridgetown, around Golden Square any evening, especially on a Saturday and Sunday. And you would see families there. You see parents with their children, picnic baskets and the likes. And the parents are showing the children, trying to find the family names on the wall. I think this is something that if persons have not experienced, have not done with their children, they should do it. Because they are exposing the children to some history, which brings an awareness to where we were, where we came from, and where we are now. It exposes them to history. Mr. President, the renovations to the building, the old Treasury building and the vesting of this land would include shopping and restaurant facilities. Not only would this residential development bring life to the city, it would create job opportunities as well. While at the same time providing families with income, it would also have 2-bedroom apartments and will be a part of the development which would assist with the much needed housing that we need in this country. Mr. President, I heard one caller saying I spoke about how unsightly it is going to be. We have persons living in apartments outside of Barbados in the city. And we go to these countries and we admire the life in the city centers, but for them, this is too good for our Barbados. So I am looking forward to the development of this city. We heard the same voices and the same noise when the vendors had to relocate from the Fairchild Street market. We heard things like, they were there for so many years and the government is now displacing them and stopping them from plying their trade. Mr. President, that project was designed to make these vendors more comfortable while at the same time making the facilities pleasing to the eye. Those unsightly structures are now a thing of the past, and we have the beautifully designed, spacious kiosks which have transformed this area. Mr. President, I was so pleased to hear some of the vendors who have located these kiosks, and they did not do it behind a shadow. They came out and identified themselves. They gave their names, so they were not doing it in the dark. They were not afraid of anything. They were saying how happy they are for what was done for them. They are comfortable and have more space to accommodate their customers, and that their businesses have seen an increase in sales. Mr. President, this is the work of a caring Labour Party government. Mr. President, I would like to encourage you, other honorable members of this chamber, to pass on a Friday or a Saturday outside the Fairchild Street Market and see the hive of activity in this area as persons relax while patronizing the vendors. Not only are persons happy to be on the outside, but these vendors who suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic are happy for these improvements, which brought them more business and more customers for them. The government, once again, has proved that these familiar voices, these few familiar voices to the call-in program who objected to these two projects, wrong. And we would again do so when this residential development is completed in the city. Mr. President, I am looking forward to yet another project being undertaken by the BTII that would again enhance the city of Bridgetown. And I'm speaking of the Constitution River Phase 3. This project will see vending being done from the Constitution River back to the Globe roundabout. Again, this is going to provide employment, more employment opportunities. Mr. President, the renovations to this building and the one at Speightstown are all part of the national development, which is aimed at bringing this country into the 21st century. We need to come forward, not keep going back. In closing, Mr. President, I would like to encourage Barbadians to appreciate the efforts being done by this government to enhance the city and urge them to treat these premises as they would treat their own premises because they belong to them. They are taxpayers, and the money is used when they pay taxes to do these renovations and to make the city come alive. And Mr. President, with those few words, I once again pledge my support to this resolution. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Paris. Further speakers, Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, think that this is a laudable initiative. I don't like that Bridgetown pretty much closes at 5 o'clock. There's not a lot to do. I mean, I come into Bridgetown at night mostly to go to Baxter's Road, so there are some things to do. There's food there. The vendors are still doing a pretty good trade, at least when they go there on a Friday or a Saturday. But outside of that, it really is quite disappointing that such a historic city lacks a lot of activity. We even see a lot of the commercial activity moving out of the city and going to other places. All of the malls and so on that are being established around the country. Warrens is like another Bridgetown kind of now, although not so much focus on pedestrians and the buses, but more for persons with cars. Sheraton Center, we know there's another mall that's being built in Wilde, and this is a historic city. I've done the historic walking tour, and there's so much to learn about this city. So much really interesting history about the careenage economic activities that we no longer have. That this was a place where people where ships were brought to be cleaned and taken care of. This is a critical part of our history in Barbados, and to revitalize this city is absolutely important. It really is. And I look forward to initiatives that bring life back to the city. I'm really glad that people listen to the call-in programs. Keep listening. I am one of the people that certainly loves that Freedom Park. I think this was one of the best things I've seen done in the city because it brings a certain type of activity to the area. People come for leisure, for recreation, to bring their families. Those who are Barbadians from the diaspora, they like to go and look on that wall to see if they can find their names. And some people are so irritated if they're looking and they cannot find their name. This is how meaningful this wall has become. And I think it is a wonderful initiative. I've listened to the discussion about bringing people to live in Bridgetown, which I found a little bit surprising because there are 6,492 registered electors in the city of Bridgetown. People live here already. And I think in this discussion, and this is really why I wanted to stand up and speak, in this discussion, we have to also be cognizant of the persons that already live in the city of Bridgetown. And we have to be very aware that the areas in which persons in Bridgetown live are not high-income areas. We are talking about people who live in very modest households and areas. And it is important in cities to have people, as Senator Monroe Knight said. It really is important to have a lot of people. But we have to be cognizant of the social dynamics as well as while we bring people into the city. 6,492 registered electors. So those are persons who are 18 and older. There are more people than that. There are those who are younger. We know there's some issues with the electoral list. So, maybe some persons are there that shouldn't be there. They're living overseas, but they still want to be on the list or what have you. But we can say that there are maybe around 7,000 people that are already living in the city. We need to have different types of activities for persons to engage in. So Freedom Park is a different type of activity beyond going shopping and beyond eating. We have to, and when we are constructing developments and so on, we need to think about mixed uses. So we want to have different types of activities when we build things like whatever this residential complex will be. But we have to be careful of gentrification. Why do we need to be careful of gentrification? All right, so gentrification, bringing persons from higher income brackets with particular expectations and putting them in particular areas has its benefits. And we've heard of some of the benefits today. Some of these benefits include increasing investment, increasing consumption and economic activity. These are the persons that we are expecting to go to the restaurants, to demand things like nightclubs, which we used to have. I used to go to some nightclubs in the city. I mean, that's kind of aging myself, but anyway. But we used to have these things in the city. There probably still are some nightclubs, maybe not as big and popular as the Warehouse or Le Mirage. But anyway, I digress. The point I'm really making here is that these persons are going to drive certain types of activities that we want to bring into the city so that after 5 o'clock we see activity. So that you're not just going to Sheraton or to wherever the other malls are, the Dome Mall and Sky Mall and all the rest of them. People, when they get home on the evening and they're living here in the city and they want to go shopping, can just get up and go to the stores around that are open. They can go to the eateries that are open and so on. So these are some of the good things that we can see from this kind of development. But there's some other pitfalls that we really have to ensure that we avoid because there are already people living here who are not necessarily fitting into that kind of income bracket that I believe we are targeting in this new development. Gentrification can reduce social capital. It can do this by causing some tensions between established communities and the new communities that we are implanting or inserting in the area. They can increase property prices. So as the area becomes better looking with better facilities and so on, it may become increasingly attractive. I believe this is the hope too, to other people to do these kinds of developments in the city, to take some of the buildings that are looking kind of musty and revitalize them and do other sorts of developments, bring some people into the city. But in doing that, this increases things like property prices. And in increasing property prices, it can cause some issues for persons who are already living in the area. It can cause some benefits for them too. They can sell some of the homes in the area and make a sweet penny and move elsewhere. But for others, this can be problematic. There can be pressures on people to sell their homes and to move. There can be pressures as well on some of the commercial entities in the city as we see gentrification, because people may be demanding certain types of stores and eateries. So this can also change the character of the city. And change is not bad, but we have to think about these social dynamics when we consider the change. I also want to say that surveillance and policing, this is one of the things that in many parts of the world, people note who come from the established communities. So we know there are some issues already across this country, all across this country, with crime, with violence, all sorts of things. So I'm not saying that because persons live in the city, there's something special about crime in the city. Because just yesterday on the news, I heard about a stalker being caught in Claremont. So we have these things happening all over. But what we see when there is gentrification is that the persons who are more affluent, who move in, they require a certain level of security. And they may view those from certain areas that are lower income as kind of threats and in need of being watched. And I visited a part of the United States of America, and I was taken around by a colleague there to some of the historically Black colleges and universities. And this was one of the stories that she was telling me about certain areas that experience gentrification. It was really beautiful to see the development, but some of the stories were very unfortunate, where there are a lot of police patrols of particular areas because there is a view that these poor people are criminals. So we have this over surveillance of persons because they come from low income areas. And we already may have some of this, because there is the view that this is where the gangs are located. This is where the rude boys are. The boys on the block are up to no good. The girls that are home doing whatever probably are doing things that are no good. And when we add this dynamic to the city, we can then do some things that are not conducive to the development of social capital. Rather than building community, we can build some antagonisms. So I want that we are very careful and cautious when we do this sort of thing. Not just to think about the benefits in terms of how Bridgetown will look and feel. It will look like a lovely, modern, developed city that will also have to take care to preserve its heritage because this is a World Heritage Site. But I also want us to think very, very carefully about how we do this so that those almost 7,000 people already living in the city are not displaced, they're not harmed, they are not criminalized because they're viewed as some troublesome poor people. I want us to take care in doing this. I would hope that in addition to the other kinds of assessments that we always have to do, environmental impact assessment, for instance, there's social impact assessment, that persons that live in the city already, businesses already established in the city are not just brought along, are included so that they not only understand how this is supposed to work, but they have an input. And they're not pushed to the margins in any development. And this is a really serious concern. This is already an island that focuses on tourism, and we have this dynamic already present. When we have people that look different, dress different, we can tell that they are coming with money and some of the antagonisms that this can cause in our societies. If it is that this development is not just to attract locals who can afford to live in the city, but persons coming from other parts of the world, I think a lot of care has to be taken to ensure that when we do this in a way that is productive for all of the persons who are already resident in the city of Bridgetown, to the existing businesses, and also for the wider society. We don't want Bridgetown to become a place that people don't come to because, it's not that they're not coming because there's nothing to do in Bridgetown, but they're not coming because it's some kind of bougie area that only certain people are supposed to go into. So we want to create this in a way that is really beneficial for the entire society. And with these words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Hines. And the speaker is Senator Dr. Monroe-Knight.
Mr. President, let me thank those that contributed to the debate on this resolution, and in particular, Senator the Honourable Dr. Christina Hines, for her discussion on gentrification and the impact of that. Certainly, this government is taking a phased approach. There are those that would criticize this as we're taking too long. But it is for those very same reasons, the need to make sure that we're not going to be perfect, but that we, as much as possible, try to get it right and do things in a phased approach. And not only focus, as I said before, on the buildings and so on, but make sure that we are including social spaces, make sure that we are taking care of the various communities and listening to the various communities and ensuring that in the context of building out Bridgetown as a thriving city centre, that all can be able to participate equally within that context. I also want to say again, as I think I say quite often, the government is taking a full and comprehensive approach in the way that it works. So again, when we have these separate debates and discussions, they can look distinct, but they should not be separated from the overall way that the government is taking and treating to social policy. So that I know that, for instance, that the residents of the city of Bridgetown were exposed to a financial literacy workshop over the weekend, held by the Financial Literacy Bureau under the Ministry of Energy. And that was directly for average citizens. We didn't identify who, not brown, whatever, to be able to come out and to be able to understand opportunities that could be available, how to invest, where to get information from, and all of those things as well. We're also adding that as well to government's effort to improve the housing stock in city areas, to improve the infrastructure within the city areas for the existing residents. For the existing residents. So, Mr. President, I'm emphasizing that I take on board the discussion about the possible impacts. We are attending to that, but also as well that we are hoping that we have a discussion which appreciates that this particular resolution sits within the context of a wider policy landscape for the government in terms of how it is rolling out its social policy as well. Finally, Mr. President, I just wanted to reflect on the discussion around the creation of employment opportunities, which are also going to be extremely beneficial to those residents that already exist. So that, yes, while we bring people into the area that have money, that are able to invest, again, like I said, the building out of Queen's Park, the creation of restaurants, the creation of other spaces, we talked about kiosks and those sorts of things, are opportunities that will be afforded to residents within the area. And through, again, building their capacities in several interventions that are being done by the representatives for those constituencies to ensure that they can encourage their citizens to be able to actively participate and also take a hold of the benefits. I also, Mr. President, don't feel I can close this discussion unless I recognize the renaming of the Fairchild Street bus terminal, which happened a couple of weekends ago, in the name of Archbishop Granville Williams, and to say as well that this is also another attempt by the government through the Division of Culture to ensure again that in the city centre that we have reflections of ourselves, reflections of our communities, our families, etc. And the renaming of that, therefore, comes into this discussion in a big way because in the context of the city centre, your child, my child, her cousin, grannies can now look up at the Fairchild Street bus terminal and be able to identify with that name of the Archbishop Granville Williams, taking pride of place in the context of the city of Bridgetown. And I want, Mr. President, to indicate that we are intending to do that more as a deliberate policy to ensure that right throughout this country, that we can have spaces that are reflective of Barbadians. The Division of Culture is, we've just started a committee that will be looking at the naming of several parks, again, historically, several spaces, to look and see what is the historical connection, again, with Barbadians, and be able to inscribe them again, so that, again, we, as a new republic, can ensure that we have a country that is reflective of its people. Mr. President, I do now beg that this resolution be now passed.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. And the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed.
Order number 5, in the name of the Honorable Acting Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 3 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the National Housing Corporation of a parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at Bridgetown in the parcel, situate at Brighton in the parish of St. George in this island for housing development. Beg your pardon.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this resolution before us is really reflective of an ongoing move by the government to honor its commitment to the citizens of Barbados in undertaking the silent housing revolution. Mr. President, I want to speak to this notion of the silent housing revolution again as something that is fundamental and as a fundamental principle. I am extremely passionate, Mr. President, and you would hear me speak and be reflective of that passion when I speak on issues of education and training, because I believe fundamentally that education and training are critical pillars and the underpinning of being able to move people from a situation of poverty to one of empowerment. Similarly, in the context of housing and having adequate housing, I'm equally passionate about that. And I'm equally passionate about that, Mr. President, because being appreciative of our history, being appreciative of the fact that we have a history in which, in the context of colonialism and the post-emancipation period, that we had such dire housing conditions in this country, that we had situations and perhaps still have situations in which people are forced to live in some conditions that are really not acceptable. Large households being forced because of economic realities to be able to live in small quarters. The government can't take responsibility for everything on its own in a short space of time, but certainly tackling the question of the provision of affordable and safe housing, particularly for low-income people, is one of the principal actions of this government, designed to make sure that we pull everybody along on this journey of development. Because if you can give people affordable housing when the Bajan gets to turn the key and step into its house and his or her house and be comfortable, Mr. President, that is empowerment. That is pride in who you are as a person. And so that this silent revolution that this government has embarked on in order to be able to provide housing, the silent revolution says that we will provide 10,000 houses, as indicated in our manifesto, is one that this government is dedicated principally to be able to deliver, Mr. President. I also want to say that even in the context of delivering on that promise, we all can appreciate that, one, we have constrained resources, both financial and both in the context of manpower, to then to be able to deliver as quickly as perhaps the society needs. We have, Mr. President, as we discussed before, some operational challenges that we have to be able to work out. But this government, as I always say, is about facing it and fixing it. And in that context, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance has been challenged in the context of their Commitment for Results framework, which is the government's overarching framework to be able to monitor the performance of ministries and agencies, has been challenged to ensure that it can provide metrics and indicators on its delivery of housing solutions so that they can remain accountable for that level of delivery, Mr. President, to the people of Barbados. I also want to say that the provision of safe and affordable housing is also part of government's overall commitment to delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. While it is not a specific goal, we recognize that it is very much tied to delivery of reduction in poverty and inequality as well. Mr. President, in another discussion, we talked about the fact that if we are not careful, we can establish systems and processes, even unintentionally, that can create inequalities. And in this country, we have a level of inequality in the context of access to affordable housing. There are those of us who can, through our own means, obtain mortgages, be able to build on our own. But the government, in the context of the revolution that it is attempting to deliver, is saying that it is not intending to leave those who can least afford it behind. It is saying that it is committed to ensuring that we will create an opportunity for those that are in the lower income brackets to have housing, Mr. President, that is not just housing, but good housing as well. That is important. Because before, if we look at our housing policy, and if we talk about Bajan colloquialism, we know the thing of the scheme houses, yeah? Of people living in apartments that they're so small, they're not able to have all of their things in. There's no facility for parks, there's no facility for people to hang their clothes and all of those things. The provision of this housing that we will be providing in the context of this revolution is attempting to be responsive to those things, is attempting to be able to ensure that we can reflect the Bajan tradition of having a space as much as we can in the context of the human resources that allows the individual to feel valued, and that we're not just attempting, because they may be on the lower socioeconomic rung, to push them into spaces that will not add value to their lives and their personal esteem. Mr. President, the literature would also suggest that housing is a platform for household resilience and sustainability as well. Housing is a platform for household resilience and sustainability. Housing is juxtaposed to homelessness. Housing is also juxtaposed to, you can have housing, but it can be inadequate. It can be unsafe. So that if you provide people with safe and adequate housing, then we are building resilience and sustainability, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to also indicate that, as I indicated before, the government has placed this revolution as part of our priorities. For this year, the government and the Prime Minister in her budget speech, and as it was indicated in the President's speech, has set itself a target of delivering 12,000 houses this year. The Ministry of Housing and Lands and Maintenance is reporting that it is on track to exceed the delivery of that amount for this year and also as well for next year. And it is doing so in the context of public and private partnerships. And again, Mr. President, that is a conversation, because the government has been criticized in some quarters for its delivery, but we have recognized that the government on its own with its resources cannot always be the one solely going out there to be able to deliver the housing solutions for people, and therefore is engaging in the necessary partnerships in order to be able to deliver this housing that we want to make sure is accessible for all. Mr. President, the Ministry of Housing and Lands, as I indicated before, will exceed that target. And this will exceed that target, Mr. President, with some 1,428 houses expected to be available to citizens during the current year, and with approximately 6,000 more houses being targeted during year 2. The government is delivering on its promises. But as we seek to do so, we recognize, and I believe that if we are all truthful and honest with ourselves, is that there are resource constraints even in relation to land. So you would see that the government is moving to vest available lands in order to ensure that it can deliver on its housing promise. And the vesting in these lands allows the government then to be able to deliver in areas where there is the greatest need. I also want to remind Mr. President, this Honourable Chamber, that over the last month, the Ministry of Housing has been engaging in a wide program. I believe that there was a fair, a mortgage fair, that was held in Golden Square, Freedom Park. I think it was last month or so, allowing people to be able to come and sign up, get information in relation to access to housing, to be able to understand the process. And again, Mr. President, I will not stand here before you and say that it is all perfect, that we have been able to deliver at the pace of the demand of the society. We haven't been able to. The demand is extremely high, but the Ministry of Housing and Land is working, first of all, to look at the backlog that it has on the one hand So it's doing multiple things, not one and then the other. It is working to look at the backlog and to be able to clear that backlog, and even as it does so, then be able to offer housing solutions, but also in the context of those that are currently in housing operated through the NHC to ensure that repairs are carried out and that there is a program as well moving from rent to own. So multiple planks and multiple pillars, Mr. President, in the context of this silent housing revolution. Mr. President, I also, as I close, want to indicate as well that the focus, again, of this housing policy as it is on low-income brackets, and also as well, even what you would call perhaps a middle-income bracket, whether they be teachers or those in other, in other areas of employment, that unfortunately might not be able to easily access mortgages and loans from traditional private sector. It's that, again, the government understands that the environment that we have within the country, if we are not careful, can set up a system in which those who have the capacity will be able to run ahead, and those who have not quite enough capacity can be left somewhere in the middle without any recourse. And the government is also seeking to close that gap through its initiative in the context of HOPE, again, with the provision of housing and also financing for these homeowners. Mr. President, I do now beg that this resolution be read, be now passed.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Mulroney. Any other speakers? The question is that this resolution do not pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed.
Mr. President, I do now move to beg that this session be adjourned sine die.
The question is that this sitting be now adjourned sine die. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. This sitting stands adjourned sine die.